of Cape Town. Particular mention and greetings to the DVC of Academic and Student Affairs at Rhodes University, Dr. Monapula Mapesela, the Dean of Humanities at Rhodes University, Prof. Msindo, the ambassadors in attendance, particularly Ambassador Lindiwe Mabuza, Ambassador Sankie, Mthembi-Mahanyele, Shanthini Naidoo, Dr. Uhuru Phalafala, and Honorable Balegamlete. To all our collaborators, our allies, our friends from other institutions in South Africa and abroad, particular mention to the Vice Chancellor of Walter Sisulu University, Prof. Songa, the Vice Chancellor at Nelson Mandela University, Professor Sibongile Mutwa, in absentia as well, Professor Mabizela from Rhodes University, Vice Chancellor from Rhodes University. Colleagues, welcome to the second day of our annual colloquium, this year themed and titled NGAMATYE, Women and 60 Years of the Armed Struggle in South Africa. This is a collaboration between the Rhodes University's Political and International Studies Department, the Center for Women and Gender Studies at Nelson Mandela University, and the Historical Studies Department at the University of Cape Town. This colloquium, which forms part of a broader project of recovering memory, of archiving, and of centering African women's intellectual histories. This year, we celebrate the legacies of women in the armed struggle in South Africa as we reflect on the 60 years of the foundings of the military armed wings of the ANC, Umkhonto weSizwe, and the Pan-Africanist Congress, the Azanian People's Liberation Army. Yesterday, led by the keynote address delivered by our newly appointed Minister of Defense and Military Veterans, Mayor Thandi Modise, on women's contributions to the armed struggle and lessons for current struggles, we were privileged to hear reflections from veterans and scholars on the journey of women in the struggle and their difficult, traumatic, and heroic experiences that contributed to our liberation. Our speakers shared with us how their day-to-day activities were while they were in exile, the tensions that emerged as they overcame limitations placed on their bodies in their sacrifice to secure an equal and a just society for us all. Our speakers also shared how the experiences of women, which are often slipped out of the archives, can be remembered and lived through material markers such as art. They further reminded us that our bodies indeed remember and are connected by place, which helps us find identity and belonging. Today, Makhosazana Xaba, affectionately known as Mkosi, an award-winning multi-genre anthologist and short storyteller, will deliver a keynote titled Women in the Armed Struggle, the Unaccounted For, the Unnameable, and the Unknown 60 Years On. Born in Greytown in KwaZulu-Natal, Xaba is trained as both a midwife and a psychiatric nurse. Xaba has worked with national and international NGOs and media organizations in the areas of women's rights, of gender, and anti-bias training and violence against LGBT communities. Before turning to creative writing, Xaba was an activist in the women's health field and wrote and published extensively on health systems research, gender and health, sexual and reproductive rights, and health. During the second state of emergency in 1986, Xaba went into exile, where she trained in Angola with the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR, and the German Democratic Republic, GDR, and worked as a broadcaster for Radio Freedom in Lusaka in Zambia. Xaba then returned to South Africa in 1990 with the African National Congress's Women's League. Her poetry, which has been anthologized widely and translated into isiXhosa, into Italian, Japanese, Mandarin, Setswana, and Turkish, and her edited anthologies have been translated into Spanish. Xaba has published 4 collections of poetry. These hands, tongues of their mothers, and the alkalinity of bottled water. Her fourth collection, being the 2021 collection, The Art of Waiting for Tales, found poetry from Grace the Novel. Her debut short story collection, Running and Other Stories, which was published in 2013, was a joint winner of the 2014 South Africa Literary Awards' Nadine Godimer Short Story Award. She co-edited Queer Africa, New and Collected Fiction, published in 2013. She also co-edited Queer Africa, New Stories, published in 2017, as well as Queer Africa, Selected Stories, published in 2018 with Karen Martin. With Crystal Baruch, she edited Proudly Malawian, Live Stories from Lesbian and Gender Non-Conforming Individuals, published in 2016. Xaba has compiled and edited 6 anthologies. The poetry-centered anthologies are Like the Untouchable Wind, an anthology of poems, and most recent, the groundbreaking Our Words, Our Worlds, writing on Black South African women poets during the period of 2000 and 2018. This anthology has received public acclaim and is considered an instant classic. It is also the co-winner of the 2021 Human and Social Sciences Award in the non-fiction edited volume category. Xaba's work, which is grounded on feminist politics, Xaba's work, whose work is grounded on feminist politics, holds a master's in creative writing from the Wits University. She's currently at the Wits Institute for Social and Economic Research, WISA, where she continues her long-term project on writing a biography of Unondando Jabavu Noni, affectionately known as Noni Jabavu, the author of Dawn in Color, African Contrasts, and the Okra People, Scenes from a South African Life. I want to, at this point, give the platform over to Xaba to deliver her keynote.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I was waiting for it to stop. Well, let me start by thanking Doctors Magadla, Makutwana, and Masola for conceptualizing these 2 days, planning them with the team behind them. And this is why we're gathered today, to celebrate the roles of women, roles that they played when they contributed to the armed struggle, which was just one of the arms of umzabalazo wenkululeko. I want to thank the speakers who spoke yesterday. If my job today were to reflect on what they spoke about yesterday, I would be titling my talk as Lessons, Memories, and Triggers. Nomfundo, when you sang the song Young, Gifted, and Black, I was making my snack in the kitchen, and I quickly came back to the screen to watch you. I would use that song and analyze it through all the 3 categories: lessons, memories, and triggers, because it was the soundtrack of my youth, and it fits all 3 categories. Most of the presenters yesterday actually touched on what I want to talk about today, and I'm sure all of them will recognize that. And then I'd like to thank everybody who is in attendance. I was told that for students, this colloquium is compulsory. So I'd like to take this opportunity to talk to students for 1 second, because I have a wish for you. And the wish for you is that in these 2 days, you will find at least one thing that is meaningful to you, for your life, for your studies. I also hope that for one or two of you, decades into the future, you'll be able to look back and say, that colloquium changed my life. In particular, that specific memory. Because sometimes it takes events like these for us to experience something, and we don't recognize its impact until it's decades later, and you're able to sit back and say, I remember that day. So I wish for some of you that you'll be able to do that way into the future. So I return to thanking Dr. Magadla for having taken on for her PhD project this broad topic of women in the armed struggle. Now, if you haven't read her PhD and this topic is of interest to you, you will find it online. Its title is Demobilization and the Civilian Reintegration of Women Ex-Combatants in Post-Apartheid South Africa, : the aftermath of transnational guerrilla girls, combative mothers, and in-betweeners in the shadows of a late 20th century war. It sounds a lot, because it is a lot. She did a lot of interesting work theorizing after having interviewed a lot of us. So what I aim to do in this talk is to look at what I consider in a particular way as the flip side of what Dr. Magadla worked on for her PhD. Because I aim during this talk to encourage all of us to think about this reverse side of loud visibility, this reverse side of the names that we can list from the top of our heads. And thank goodness, what yesterday did was give us more and more names. We need those lists. We need those names. But this talk is about the other side. A lot of people made the point yesterday that this topic is complex, and yes, it is. This topic is multi-layered, and we can't even count the layers at this point, and this topic is nuanced. So that's what I want to do today, talk about women who are not accounted for. Some of them are unnameable, and some of them are even unknowable. What do I mean exactly? So I'm going to do this by sharing some stories and sharing 3 poems that I wrote some time ago. So the first story I want to share is a story in 2 layers, because for me, it's a story that contextualizes feminism. This colloquium is about, I'm not there yet. I will say when I'm ready for the poem. This is the first story. In late November 2016, at a conference of the armed struggle that was held at Wits University, I was asked to speak on a panel that was called a public dialogue. And the title was Fighting on 2 Fronts, Experience and Practice of Gender Struggle Within the Armed Struggle in South Africa. And of course, this title speaks a lot to what people shared yesterday. On the panel, I was with comrades Tenjiwe Mtinso and Raymond Stadner. During the Q&A session, someone from the audience asked the question that I will paraphrase in the following way. What kind of feminists were you anyway in the MK? So Comrade Tenjiwe gave her response, and I began my response by making the point that during our time, we could not study feminism formally. We could not study the theories about feminism at universities or at institutions. There were no gender courses for us to take. that were structured in the way that I thought she was asking the question. In fact, in our time, what we did was to advocate for the introduction of feminist studies at universities in organizations. We created courses on gender. One of the ones that I worked on was called Gender and Health. And we trained people, whether it was nurses or doctors or people in leadership. That is what we were busy initiating at that time. And then I told a personal story in order to make a point. And I'm going to retell the story because a friend and feminist scholar, Barbara Boswell, who was in the audience, said to me, "You need to tell that story more often." So I'm telling the story for the second time. I was around 8 or 9 years old when one day I walked into the bedroom that I shared with my siblings to find my mother sitting at the bottom end of the bed, sitting on the base of it and holding the bottom end of the mattress up. And she had a needle and she was sewing something underneath the mattress. I obviously looked very confused. I walked close, and as I walked close, my mother said, "Sit down." And she started undoing what she'd been sewing through. And I could see that she had created a pocket underneath the mattress. And she took out a little book and she said something to me, which went along these lines. "Here, this is my bank book. As women, we are not supposed to open bank accounts in our names, even if we have our own jobs." Now, my mother taught at a secondary school. She was a teacher. She was a trained school teacher. And then she went on to say, "I managed to get the bank manager to make an exception for me so I could have my own bank account. But I hide it here because I don't want your father to ever find out. You know what he's like. He'll waste the money on drinking. So I did this for all of you. Don't tell anyone this." I sat there and I thought, wow. So why have I never forgotten the story? I think it's because it gave me lessons that have held me throughout my life. The first lesson was, oh, there are laws in this country that are not fair to women. Oh, these laws actually favor men. Oh, these laws are very stupid. And then I learned a lesson: if you don't like something, find a way to change it. Yesterday, Comrade Tandu responded to one of the questions by saying, we needed to fix things. My mother taught me this lesson. I was under 10 years old. Find a way to change something if it's not working for you. And there will always be a way to change something, even if the situation feels impossible. Now, the context of the 60s means that I suspect that the bank manager was white, that the bank manager was a male. Maybe he wasn't white, but I'm willing to bet that he was a man. Yet my mother stood up. She amassed enough courage to go to the bank, approach the manager, and do what she wanted to do for us. There were 5 of us. So when I responded to the person who had asked the question, I said, my feminism is the kind of feminism that I learned from my mother. The kind of feminism that says, do something, act in order to change what is not working for you. So I don't use theoretical terminology when I describe my kind of feminism. Action, for me, counts the most. And that I learned from my mother, who did something in a small little town that was servicing a very rural area called Ndaleni, where I grew up. I remember her saying a bank manager is like a school principal, you know, they are in charge, because she needed to explain to me what she had to do. And for me, the question is, how many other women did the same in the 60s? Had my mother learned from another woman? Did she start this on her own? Did she share the information of her success with other women and they went and did the same thing? And this bank manager, did they break the law in order to do it for other people? Of course, there are a lot more questions and we may never get the answers to them. But what is clear to me is that this story of my mother is a tiny little story from a small little rural area that doesn't mean much. But to me, it is one of those whispers of feminism, because whisper upon whisper becomes a loud sound. The small actions, the tiny movements, the inaudible noises, they all add up to something that then presents itself at a broader public level. My mother may not have been at any single protest during her time. She never talked about it, but I could be wrong because I never asked her. But this particular example tells me that my mother was able to change something in her lifetime. And who did she do it for? She told me, for us, the 5 children. So that's the broad context for me about how, yes, we are feminists. Yes, we write about it. Yes, we do a lot of research, but I think it's important for us to remember the very small stories that sit behind what is visible and loud. I'd now like to ask for the poem that I'd like to use to continue talking, because now I want to move in directly into the armed struggle. The poem is called Some Stories. Some stories don't like the public eye, they disappear. Being a little shy, they prefer a private cry. After all, most people listen with one ear. If you really want to know, you must persevere. Surely you don't want to be told a single lie. Some stories don't like the public eye, they disappear. Brace yourself, for you might hate what you'll hear when you finally learn the reasons why. After all, most people listen with one ear. We all agree that the TRC was not a panacea, although we know it gave some stories a chance to fly. But some stories don't like the public eye, they disappear. Come closer. Bring your cheer as well as your fear. Even if along the journey you might want to cry, if you are unlike most people who listen with one ear. These stories are nuggets of truth. Invite a peer or someone dear to this forum, far removed from the clouds and the hovering sky, because some stories don't like the public eye, they disappear. In time, reappear, hoping they'll find at least those who listen with one ear. Thank you. As some of you will recall, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission started in 1996. And the hearings took place in public. I watched them for the first 2 weeks, and then I stopped. It was unbearable for me. It was triggering to watch, but that's not what I want to talk about. I also don't want to talk about the many questions that have been raised about the successes or failures of the TRC. What I'd like to talk about is to remind everyone that it took women making a special submission to the TRC in order to ensure that the proceedings were not gender neutral. The process was led by a unit at Wits University, and the report that they submitted was called Gender and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, a submission to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. What is specific to that report, which is what I am fascinated by, is proposed mechanisms to accommodate gender in the process. There was a list of 21 mechanisms that were proposed in order to make sure that women's voices were heard. I want to read the last one because it is the shortest, and it falls under the subheading, the final report. And it says, the TRC should carefully consider the proposals it makes as to how the report should be used to educate future generations. I am reading from the report that was submitted to the TRC. And I read that mechanism, which was the last one, because it's important in taking these conversations forward. So I make this point then to point out specifically that there are women who remain unaccounted for, even though the TRC happened, even though there were mechanisms that were suggested for the TRC so that they could do things better. We had the example yesterday of Nokuthula Simelane, and the question is, how many Nokuthula Simelanes are still out there? It is great that we have examples like Dr. Magadla's doctoral work that we can learn from. There are questions though. How do we continue to build on all that has been done before so that we can arrive at a picture that is wholesome about how women participated in the armed struggle? How do we read between the lines as we read books that have been published about the armed struggle? What will it take to insert women into paragraphs and sentences as we read various histories about the armed struggle? To make this point, I want to share this book. It came out in 2016. It's called Umkhonto weSizwe, the ANC's Armed Struggle, written by Tula Simpson. It is intensely researched. Simpson lays out very clearly the stages of the armed struggle, starting with a shift from nonviolent mass protests to armed struggle. The book then moves on to sabotage, guerrilla warfare, armed propaganda, the People's War. The final section is called The End Game. It is an impressive foundational tome covering countries in Southern Africa and the United Kingdom. I'm glad we have this book in the world. I am reading it. I haven't finished yet. Could I please have the next poem? This poem is called Our Wounds, Our Lips. Thank you. Our wounds, our lips. They wanted us to tell and listen before our wounds healed, as if they didn't know that the thunder of pain is deafening. They didn't even notice that our lips were sealed. We need to move on, they said, and got laws repealed. They tried to make us believe that the truth was beckoning. We'd prefer waiting, we said, until our wounds have healed. One after the other, the stories of other people were revealed. In time, the processes and the performances started settling. By then, no one really cared that our lips were still sealed. Naughty stories were unpicked, their multiple layers unpeeled. Some truths were deadening. Others left audiences trembling. We watched, firm in our resolve to speak after our wounds were healed. Audiences saw through some perpetrators telling and squealed. The performance had to go on. The world was watching and questioning. By then, no one really cared that our lips remained sealed. Years later, our wounds healed. The truth is our shield. We open up to be held, to be heard. For us, this act is strengthening. After all, today, many seem to agree that before our wounds healed, we could not talk and listen. So here we are today, our lips no longer sealed. Thank you. Now, this poem is specific to the TRC, but the speaker in this poem could be talking about something way beyond the TRC. I wrote the poem in 2011 when I finally had the courage to read those 7 volumes of the report of the TRC. Now, a lot of people spoke yesterday about trauma and what it makes possible or not. So the speaker in this poem is demonstrating the point about how silence is a form of just waiting for the right time. So let me quote from Simpson's book as he writes about his methodology. Open quotes. The sources I consulted ranged from newspaper reports, trial records, and oral history collections to the archives of a number of individuals, organizations, and governments party to the conflict, close quotes. Now, here is the point I wish to make. And it's in the form of a question. How many women who had participated in the armed struggle were not a part of these sources that Simpson mentions because their wounds had not healed and therefore their lips were sealed? When he conducted his research, how many women were in that position? The sheer size of the book is impressive. It's suggesting by its size that it's telling the whole story, and I would like not to be misunderstood here. Simpson doesn't claim that he's telling the whole story. What I'm trying to say is that when we approach texts of whatever nature, I think as women, we need to be alert, We need to be always ready to ask the questions that will help lead us to a more holistic picture. So what I'm suggesting is that as women, our experience in our lives is telling us that some texts are mere starting points. They help us think about where next to go. And that's what we need to be ready for. Yes, we will do the research. Yes, we will go to the archives. And then we ask the questions and we move beyond that. Because women's stories, because our interest is telling women's stories in a more holistic manner. Could I please have the last poem on the screen? Thank you. And I called this poem Some Stories Revisited. Some stories will never be told. They disappear like feces in a pit latrine. They metamorphose, turn darkness into a friend, wear anonymity as a cloak, embrace burial as closure. Now I'd like to tell the last story. This is a story of how I spent the last few, I think it was up to 2 weeks, it may have been 10 days, before I left South Africa for exile in December of 1986. 1986 was the year of the second state of emergency. The other one had happened in 1985, and the country was on fire. I was a member of an MK cell. And at that time, I was instructed to leave South Africa as the apartheid security network was tightening around the activists in Natal. During those last days that I think would have been up to 2 weeks, I never slept in the same home for more than one night. I was told where to go for the night. I arrived after sunset. I was welcomed by a woman who gave me dinner. Sometimes the dinner was a jam sandwich. I was shown a bed, a couch, a space on the floor. I never asked her name. She never asked mine. Our conversation was around, here's some food that they ate. There's the toilet that they ate. And the point is, in that time, I moved between Pietermaritzburg, Pinetown, and Durban. Everywhere I went, there wasn't a time when I was welcomed by a man. I was welcomed by women who made sure that I was safe. I was 29 years old. Most of the women who welcomed me were much older than me. I never slept at a train station. I never slept in the streets. I never slept in a hotel. If there were hotels were allowing Black people at the time, I doubt very much. If there were, I didn't know about them. If these women had guns, grenades, and bombs, they never showed them to me. They never talked about them to me. In all of these homes, there was no electricity. And so through candle lights and paraffin lamps, I could never see their features well enough to be able to identify them. We knew not to share any information because knowing something, anything beyond what was necessary at that moment immediately presented a security risk. So I was shielded and fed by women whose names I do not know. I was shielded and fed by women whose faces I could hardly see. I wouldn't be able to recognize them if they walked into my room this minute. What I do know for sure is that what happened to me would have happened to other members of MK who were in the underground like me. And I know that it happened everywhere in South Africa because I can't be an exception. I hope the story has made this last point I wish to make very clear. There are women who were in the armed struggle whose names we shall never know. There are women who were in the armed struggle whose faces we may never hear in future, whose voices rather we may never hear, and whose faces we may never see. These women were using the society's ascribed gender roles as carers, as nurturers, as they participated in the armed struggle. Each time I think back to that time of my life, I think, my goodness, it blows my mind that I was able to be safe for that many a number of days without going to the same home, and women made it possible. This was their contribution. This then is what I'm trying to argue for, that we need to be able to see beyond what is easy to look at and fix your eyes onto. Because what it leads me to is then the question about what our feminist practice looks like. If indeed, as the speaker says in this last poem, it is true that some stories will never be told because they choose to turn darkness into a friend, they choose to wear anonymity as a cloak, and they embrace burial as closure. What then do we need to do as feminists who are wanting to acknowledge and celebrate women in the armed struggle? What mechanisms do we need to put in place in order to tell the stories of these women in a more holistic way, so that we start accounting for those who are not accounted for? We start recognizing the fact that some of them are unnameable and some of them are unknowable. I'd like to suggest that one way of starting is using our imagination. I will leave the other ways of doing this to your imagination. And with that, I'd like to say thank you to everyone for listening. Thank you again to the organizing team for inviting me to share what I have now shared. And lastly, thank you to those messages that I received yesterday about my poem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mthembi. I have to take a breather there for that last story that you so beautifully retell. And I mean, just thinking about yesterday, I can only imagine what it takes from you to retell that story, but it's so beautiful and so detailed. Thank you so much. As we wait for possible questions and comments, just to reflect on Mthembi's keynotes just there about reminding us that indeed the archive is never complete. And oftentimes when we see the truth or we engage the truth, there should always be questions about the hidden and the invisible truth coming quite strongly. But also Mthembi also reminding us there, I think this makes yesterday a bit just more complicated. Yesterday, a lot of our veterans and our scholars shared on how the displacements created so much precarity. And of course, Xaba is now complicating that conversation and just showing us how that displacement created some form of safety. And I think that is in essence what Xaba is also bringing forth about what the stories surrounding the armed struggles, the holistic story presents a much more complicated and a much more nuanced reality. Thank you so much, Xaba, for sharing. I'm just going to see if there are any comments or questions coming through. Quite positive, and I think you just should get used to it at this stage, Xaba. Everyone here is a super fan of you, so you're always going to get positive and warm stories, or positive stories coming your way. Corinne Knoll saying, thank you, Mam Kosi. Quite enriching and inspiring. I see Dr. Makokona saying, thanks, Kosi, for sharing these deep, intimate stories. Dr. Masola saying, thank you for complicating stories and silences. Garabo Dikobe saying, thank you so much, Xaba. Your words went to the soul. Janine Jones, Prof. Janine Jones, I think, saying, thank you for creating silences that we can hear. I'm just checking if there are any comments coming through. I know that there are colleagues joining us from our live stream, on YouTube, on the Rhodes YouTube page, and on the Parliament YouTube channel as well. I'm just checking to see if anything is coming from there. Also just Prof. Mabizela saying, thanks, Kosi, this was powerful, much appreciated. Seeing a comment question possibly coming from Prof. Pumla Gola. Thank you, Kosi. These stories are remarkable. What you are saying reminds me of what Nontobeko Ntombela calls Black women's scattered archives. So those lips that speak and don't speak as important. I'm also excited by your invitation that we think about valuing women's traditional nurturing roles as sometimes working in quiet, disruptive, and radical ways. These women who are doing very, very dangerous work, but seem to be just doing feminine work. Vuyelwa saying, I'm in awe, thank you for sharing your stories and poems. This gives us a space to share our stories too. Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you so much. I'm seeing a lot of heart comments. I think people sharing love on our YouTube stream. And then just one more comment saying, what an art of telling your stories in such a beautiful way. You do us very proud as MK veterans. Thank you very much. Okay, let me just see. Okay. All of these are just quite positive comments coming through for you, Kosi. I think everyone is in awe, of course, but also just appreciative of how you're able to share such delicate and intimate stories. Of course, I think everyone here is also aware that Xaba is also engaged, will be engaging us in a panel led by Dr. Masola quite later as well. So also expecting quite a lot of engagement coming through from there. I'm going to just check, and then Xaba, if you'd like to do some final comments as you just close. You've already left us with so much to think about and so much to consider. However, if you want to leave us with one or two remarks, that would be quite appreciated.
Okay. This is not a traditional kind of remark. I'm going to tell another story. that in the mid to late 90s, I got approached a lot by white scholars, and it was specific to the time, to talk about my time in exile and in the MK. And I remember reaching a point when I thought, actually, I'm going to say no to these interviews now. And the reason was the following. They did not want to believe my story that I managed to go to a camp in exile and be trained and I wasn't molested. And they wanted to believe that I was hiding something. Now, anyone who was here yesterday, the point is, I went into exile in 1986. Comrades spoke yesterday about the work that they had to do before the state of emergency generation arrived in exile. So that by the time some of us were in the camps, they had worked on certain issues. Now, I was in a camp called Pango. Pango was known as a short-term kind of camp. I was sent there because the idea was I would just, intensify the training I'd had in South Africa and then come back very quickly. One, it was a small camp. Two, I was there for a very short time. I think it was 3 months and a week or two. But three, I was older. What was interesting for me was that there were a lot of young comrades in this camp. The tent for women could only accommodate 5 of us who were women. So during that time, there were times when I was the only one in the camp, in our tent, in the women's tent. Not once was I sexually harassed. Not once was I raped there. There was only one commissar who flirted with me. And I said to him, drop that. But the point I'm wanting to make is that the work that was done by the comrades before us, I benefited from it. It did help me that I was older. I could tell people to, I could tell that commissar no. But I use the word he flirted because he truly flirted. He just flirted in a normal kind of way. And then I had malaria. I was told I don't think I was truly unconscious, but I was kind of like delirious for 3 days. When I opened my eyes, there was a comrade sitting next to my bed. And he was so happy to see me open my eyes. He asked me what my name is. I said, Nomgqibelo, because that was my name in the camp. They had been taking turns to look after me, male comrades. So coming back then to why I stopped telling my story is because people did not want to believe the story I told about how I was never sexually harassed in exile, about how I was never raped in exile. So I've said that it helped that I was older, but I want to emphasize that what laid the foundation for a COSI in 1986 is the work that the comrades had done before we went there. And these are not the stories we tell often. Yes, I've been sexually harassed. Yes, I've been raped in South Africa. For me, it was never in the camps. For me, it was never by a comrade. So I just wanted to share that story maybe as a closing remark, because I think it speaks to the point I'm trying to make about looking at our stories. So the people who are trying to interview me found it hard to believe that conditions could have changed. And therefore, I had a good experience, because the narrative at the time was the ANC is not talking about what they did in the camps. Now, that was fair. They needed to talk more, but I can't lie just to feed that grand narrative.
Thank you so much, Mamkhosi. And I think just linked to what you're talking about now, Umamumdinzo just brought in a question, Ambassador Dinso, saying, Kosi, how do we encourage women to unseal their lips, even if not ready, as time may just be running out of these stories to tumble out for the good of our country and our future?
The short answer is I don't know. But the long answer is what might sound very outdated, what we used to call consciousness raising. Because a great part of what we used to do in consciousness raising workshops was to get women to look at themselves in order to see how they also contribute to the narrative that oppresses women. That was one side. But it was also to raise consciousness about what it meant to be Black and how to be proud about it. But at a more holistic level, the consciousness level, the consciousness raising workshop is about saying getting each person to say, how do I unseal my lips? How does the consciousness raising get to a point where a person then just says, okay, I'm talking now. It's my time to talk. It's work that is detailed. It's work that is exhausting. It's work that requires commitment to making it happen. Because whether we like it or not, part of the grand narrative about being feminine is about speaking quietly. It's about not saying too many things. It's about being modest. It's about this, that, and the other. So there's a lot of speaking that we need to do beyond just talking about our wounds.
Thank you so much, I think I'm going to close it there. But also, again, the point you're making about speaking quietly and how often women are socialized to be quiet and not seen is what, of course, you talk about in your keynote, to say it is because of those acts of being quiet about it and how women have been socialized have actually led to you having a more safer journey in your liberation journey and in our liberation journey. And so thank you so much also just for bringing forth and for sharing with us very difficult, I must say, very difficult recollections, but very important for us to also remember that there's a lot of unknowns and unnameable. And thank you for bringing those conversations, those voices in. Thank you so much, Mam Baba. Colleagues, looking at the time, and we are going to take about a 10-minute break before we lead into our next session that will be facilitated by Dr. Athambile Masola. I'm going to urge you to not log off, please. We're just going to have a short break, and Makhosazana Xaba is going to be in that panel with other phenomenal speakers as well. I'm just going to do a brief bio of Dr. Athambile Masola so that we're just aware when she comes back in about 10 minutes time. Dr. Athambile Masola is a writer, researcher, and lecturer who's now based in the Department of Historical Studies at the University of Cape Town. She graduated with a PhD from Rhodes University, which her research focuses on Black women's historiography, intellectual histories, and life writing. She is the founder of Asinakuthula Collective, which is a group of teachers and researchers who aim to challenge the continued marginalization of women's narratives in the school curriculum, as well as hosting the Makhosazana annual lecture. She is a member of Bua Lit Collective, which is a group of researchers and educators advocating for the use of African languages as a social justice issue. She's a Mandela Rhodes Scholar, having been a fellow in 2010. Dr. Masola is one of the creators of the podcast Umoya on African spirituality. Her writing has been published in academic journals, magazines, and newspapers such as Proof Rock, Sable Literary Magazine, Al Jazeera, Mail and Guardian, Sawubona, The Guardian, and online blogs. She will be publishing her first collections of poems titled Ilifa, written in isiXhosa with Uhlanga Press. So in about 5 to 10 minutes, we'll have that panel led by Dr. Athambile Masola. Thank you so much, and please stay with us.
The one is opening on my phone. Do you see me?
Hello, Sis Lindy.
Can anybody see me?
Yes, we can see you, High Commissioner.
I can see you, Sis
that's-
Lindy. Hi, Sis Lindy.
Hello, sweetheart.
How are you?
I'm fine, and how are you?
Great, great, great.
I don't know how I'm gonna manage because I've got this little phone in my hand.
Ooh.
My tablet is not working.
Hey,
And it's brand new. I was using it for the first time yesterday. It worked marvelously. But now it's not doing the job.
Oh my goodness. I wonder what glitch that is. But yesterday there were people who were using phones on landscape, not portrait wise.
Oh, I don't know.
Hi, Mama. It's Uhuru.
Hello. Oh, Uhuru, how are you?
I am well. I'm very well. And you?
I'm very fine. Haven't
Yeah,
had
I was
contact with...
going to suggest that you switch on your video so we can just see how you appear.
Yes, and we're about to start. So maybe that's a nice way to segue into our next and final panel for today. So if possible, could I please have, yes, Ma'am Lindy, let's see you. Uhuru. Shanthini, I can see. Honorable Mbete, are you with us? And Ambassador Mthembi-Mahanyele. Shall we switch on our video?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Can you see me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
See me? Don't believe it. Seems like it's working. Seems like it's working. Seems like it's working. Seems like it's working.
All right, while we wait for Ma'am Lindy, Ambassador Mthembi-Mahanyele and Honorable Mbete, please may you join us with your videos. Ma'am Lindy, we can see you.
You see me?
Yes, we can. If you could just bring it down a little bit so we can see your whole face.
Bring it down like this.
Yes, that's better. And are you going to log off the other device? All right, welcome everybody to our final
Sorry,
panel.
Doctor.
Yes, Ambassador?
Are you okay? Can you hear me that side?
Yes, I can hear you, ma'am.
Is everything okay?
Yes, but I'd like you to switch your video on if possible.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
And I can see Ma'am Lindy perfectly, and I can see Uhuru perfectly. And I think the last person we're waiting for is Honorable Mbete. Are you with us? All right, while we wait for Mbete, maybe I'll introduce my panel. We've already just heard from Makhosazana Xaba, so I won't introduce in one sense. Thanks, Mbete. It would be lovely to see your face if it's possible, because we will be in conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. So I'll start with Ambassador Lindiwe Mabuza, who is also known as Sonomulefe, who is the editor of the book that we will be launching. And she has served as the South African ambassador to Germany, the High Commissioner to Malaysia, ambassador to the Philippines, High Commissioner to the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. And she has a very extensive CV. So I won't read all of it, not to take away from all the wonderful work that you did, but where we converge in this story with Mam Lindy is that she was the editor of the first edition of MALIBONGWE, Poems from the Struggle by South African Women, amongst many other works that she did while she was in exile. She has published her own poetry. She has taught as a lecturer and as a researcher abroad. So thank you, Mam Lindy, for joining us. We also have Ambassador Sankie Mthembi-Mahanyele, who is the current ambassador to Switzerland. She trained as a radio journalist for the ANC in East Berlin. She has worked in a variety of countries, the administration secretary of the ANC mission in Lagos, in Nigeria, covering Benin and Togo. She has worked as the National Minister of Housing, the Deputy Secretary General of the ANC, and is also one of the contributors in MALIBONGWE, the poetry collection, as Rebecca Matlo. Then we have Umamu Balegambete, Honorable Balegambete, who is the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa from 2014 to 2019. She served as the Deputy President of the country from September 2009 to 2010. She hails from Durban. She's also a prolific writer, also many positions that she has held. And yes, one of the prolific contributors to MALIBONGWE as well, has been deeply involved in ANC leadership positions as well. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. And finally, we have Shanthini Naidoo, who is the author of Women in Solitary, which is the book we'll also be discussing today. She is a former Sunday Times journalist who's worked in content marketing. She has a master's in journalism and media studies from Wits, and we will be talking about her book, Women in Solitary, today, and she's also published for a variety of publications. And finally, we have Uhuru Phalafala, finally and definitely not least, Uhuru Phalafala, who is a lecturer at the University of Stellenbosch in the English department. And she, Stellenbosch University, she worked in the program or was selected the African Humanities Program Fellow, and her research focuses on the expressive cultures, apartheid and Cold War era cultural circuitaries, the Black internationalism, translation, decoloniality, and world literatures. She heads up the Mellon-funded research project, Recovering Subterranean Archives, which was instrumental in the republication of MALIBONGWE. So it is such a great honor for me to be facilitating what I hope will be a conversation, even with the limitations of Zoom. And it's really such an honor. I think it's very rare for me to be in conversation with such a variety of people who have written two of the most important books, I think, that came out for me last year. And perhaps just to provide some context about these two books. So we have MALIBONGWE, Poems from the Struggle by ANC Women, which was edited by Sonomulefe, who I've mentioned is Ambassador Lindiwe Mabuza, with a preface by Uhuru Phalafala and a new introduction by Xaba. And we have Women in Solitary Inside South Africa's Female Resistance to Apartheid, which is authored by Shanthini. And I think for me, the significance of both these books, as I said, they were released in 2020, but they really capture the importance of women's histories, which is what we have been talking about for these past few days, well, 2 days. It feels like it's been past few days. And they're about continuing the conversation about how we challenge erasures and how we talk about silences, which is very much linked to what Kosi has just shared in her keynote. And I think it's for me, again, it's also the perfect example of how we think of history and how we unpack history if we're going to think about history in relation to women, rather than how we've understood history as men in relation to the state, for example, or men in relation to war. In this case, it is two collections of stories in poetic form and stories in prose form that are looking at women's stories in relation to each other. And for me, both the books are incredibly multi-layered and multi-vocal and multi-generational. So the fact that Shanthini is writing about the stories of Shanthini Naidoo, of Nondo Mangasha, of Winnie Mandela, and Mam Ruth, is it Nondo? I've forgotten her surname for a moment. And so it's a young woman in current South Africa telling the stories of some of the women have passed, but some of the women remain alive. And then, of course, the poetry collection, which is multi-layered and multi-vocal in that way. So I'd like us to start with the poetry collection, and as the conversation unfolds, we will be fitting between both the poetry collection and Shanthini's book. And I'd like to start with you, Uhuru, just to give us some historical context about the collection, and in particular, why this book, but also why now? And how does it speak to some of the conversations we've been having broadly in the colloquium, but yeah, and perhaps the most important being why now?
Thank you so much, Athambile, for that wonderful welcome and introductions. I'd also like to just express gratitude for this gathering, to thank the organizers and those who invited us all here to gather in the name of women and women's struggles. I'd also like to extend greetings to my wonderful panelists. It's so great to share your company once again. I'd like to just honor you and say that it's been just wonderful to keep engaging with your work over and over, and together here today to reflect on MALIBONGWE a year later, but also almost 3 decades later. So I conceived the project Recovering Subterranean Archives to attend to the gaps in the archives. I was trained as a literary scholar, and in my undergraduate, I kept hearing this story that in the history of South African literature, the 1960s is referred to as the silent decade, and the 1970s, the only literary activity that was happening was the Black consciousness movement, poetry and writing and so forth. And when I did my own research outside of the classroom, I found out that actually the reason that we refer to these periods as silent or as looking at only a kind of minute literary formations is precisely because when we are looking at South African literature, we are looking at it inside the country. While we know very well that post-Sharpeville massacre, there was a wave of political leaders, of cultural workers, and other Black South Africans who fled into exile. And this happened once again after the Soweto uprising in '76. So it appeared to me that in fact, if we are looking for a South African literature, and we are invested in the project of finding it, then we have to formulate new ways of looking. We have to look beyond the borders, because the literature itself is deterritorialized by the apartheid censorships and burnings that were happening in the 60s and 70s. And this is how I began this project that then allowed me to investigate South African literature in exile with the aim of repatriating it and republishing it. This was extremely important because as I developed in my journey as an academic and eventually graduated, I began teaching Black consciousness movement poetry, amongst other things. And in that historiography, I was very unsettled by the lack of female voices. And while I did not know for sure that there were women writing poetry in the 70s, 80s, I had a hunch that it had to be, how it can never just be men, it's not possible. And I was so invested in finding these voices, even if they were oral voices, I would have been happy with that, to find videos of performances in the ANC archive or any form of voices would have really satisfied me. But my PhD had been on the late Professor Keorapetse-Kgositsile's work, and I had spent time interviewing him. And on one occasion, I did ask him if he's aware of any kind of movements which were popular in the day, movements of women who were cultural workers, who were poets, who were doing interesting things in the literary scene. And he informed me about MALIBONGWE, the anthology of poetry, and I was completely blown away, because I really did not expect to find a whole anthology. Anthology always means there's multiple voices. So it's not a collection of poetry by one woman, it's multiple voices. 19 women who had put their voices together and published them in this anthology. I was completely riveted, and I was spirited and fueled to investigate some more. And when I eventually got hold of MALIBONGWE, I knew that this had to be the project that inaugurates the republication of work from exile. This is the first edition of MALIBONGWE that I encountered, and it is very sparsely made, without any kind of a lot of aesthetic kind of concerns in that sense. So it was very much just invested in putting these voices together. And when I found this, it doesn't have an author, does not have any kind of information, no publication information and so forth. But it did say here that the editor of this anthology is one Sono Molefe, which was a good lead. So I followed that up and ended up meeting Dr. Lindiwe Mabuza. It was really a powerful moment, meeting her and finding out more about the collection. So I don't want to eat too much into my time, but I just wanted to show also the other versions of editions of MALIBONGWE. So this original one was published in 1981, and shortly after there was a Swedish translation in 1982, and also a German translation in 1982. And this German translation sold out, and there was a second edition in 1986. And this edition had this wonderful art by Dumile Feni, and I found it so important to realize the networks and the connections that South Africans had in exile, that they worked together, that they collaborated. And I wanted that to be reflected in the republication of 2020. The years are now just one big blur, of 2020. So this is how we arrived at this cover and at this edition. And this has been really a great way to begin this project of recovery and republication. And we'll talk about why as we go on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uhuru, and I'm so grateful for you sharing just the journey of the book, because I think it's important for people to see that it was a transnational book that iterated and lived other lives. I remember last year at the launch, it's almost exactly a year because the launch was on the 9th of August last year, and we had one of the members who had been part of the anti-apartheid movement, I think in Amsterdam, who then read the poems, one or two of the poems at the launch in the translation. So that was really exciting. And I think it tells us in really pointed ways the importance of the story. I know that there is also Honorable Jemima Modia-Khotle, who's in the audience with us, and she is one of the contributors, as well as Jemima Mudawung. So at some point, maybe we could bring her in to share a poem from her as well. This is really quite a historic book in that sense, is that to have these poems and these poets still alive with us today. So Mam Lindy, I'd like to bring you in, Ambassador Mabuza, and if you could please start with the reading of one of the poems, Agape Tomorrow, as we go into the discussion of why was creative expression of the women in particular important for you to share in this form of the book. But if you could just start us with the reading. Ma'am Lindy, can you please mute? Unmute, sorry, you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Mama, we can hear you, thank you.
When they see love with smiling clusters of diamond, they never tell about the dark depths looming behind. When they say love is like a red, red rose, some never tell about the green thorns guarding the petals. Nor can they who remember fully relish the honeycomb when the thumb swells blue from all the stings. But in the free and obedient hive of our growing love, worker bees honor the rosy wrecks, the brilliance of the future, partaking of today's dark thorns.
Thank you, Ma'am Lindy, for that beautiful reading of Agape. And perhaps to get us into the next theme was, just to repeat the question, was why was creative expression so important for you to bring into the story of the armed struggle then?
It was part of our life. The authentic identity of all humans is embedded or is manifest in creativity, in their creative expression, be it visual or performing arts. All humans share that. When we talk of identity, we mean the way people live, the way what they eat, what they wear, their reading, their worship. all the things, the games children play, their beliefs and values, all of that comes into their identity. And these are derived from norms which are developed over time and space. And we know that by the time any of these young ladies reach the camps in Angola, apartheid colonialism had ravaged their lives, had severely and adversely affected the lives of our prospective soldiers. And so that had to be taken into account when they arrived in Angola. They came with wounds from home. They wanted to fight, they wanted to be like the men in the military. But what was essential is that they had to, first of all, have a good political education. Political education was at the heart of the armed struggle. No political education, you are in the process of making a terrorist. The soldiers had needed to understand that they were fighting a just war. They were guerrillas in the making and not terrorists. So for their political education, we had the Freedom Charter to know what organization you belong to, what its belief system is. But we also had Oliver Tambo articulating for us the 4 pillars of the struggle. They had to understand what they mean. The mass mobilization of the people inside the country, the operations of the underground activists inside the country, the hammering blows of Umkhonto weSizwe, and finally, international mobilization, international solidarity. These were important to know because that's what would give sanity to the activities of Umkhonto. It was part of the healing process, absolutely essential for young people. As well, they had to understand that the armed struggle was not for its own sake, that it was necessitated by and motivated by a very humane desire to protect and to promote the highest human ideals, ideals of self-respect, dignity, equality, security. So when I met some of these young girls in Lusaka, they were articulate, they were very smart, self-confident. I thought we can have a book come out of this group. So the importance of that book and culture in general is that it feeds our morale. If we've been so scathed inside internally, we needed something to massage our insides, some stimulants, something that would also help us to connect with home, our memory. We needed to record. It helps to channel a lot of the energy and the anger and the feelings of homesickness. This culture, this book was supposed to help us to mobilize our consciences, mobilize our consciousness. It is this culture, the songs of Mandela, that gave meaning to the struggle itself. Born out of the struggle and the difficulties, it strengthened this resolve to fight on. So we're dealing with a healing process in producing culture. I want to give you an example which is close to Rhodes University. I know it's not a book, but it's a monument of this history we're talking about. When I was chief representative in Sweden, we mobilized the Swedish artists to help build a cultural center in Dakawa in Tanzania. My job was to try and get resources, money for that center. But the details of what would be constructed was worked out with Comrade Barbara Masikela, who was the head of the cultural department of the ANC in Lusaka. So we produced a Dakawa Arts Center in Dakawa, Tanzania. But the brilliance of the time of Barbara and the team at the time is that when it was constructed with the idea that the day we have liberation, the whole center would be transferred to South Africa. Indeed, as we were organizing for liberation, I think it's already in the 1990s, a team came down to South Africa to look at the best site for the center. And they found that Makhanda was the best place. So you have right there in front of you one of the results of Barbara's doing together with the Swedish Artists Against Apartheid, the Dakawa Arts Center at Makhanda.
Thank you for weaving together all those stories, Mam Lindy, and I think there's some that we're going to come circle back to. I love what you say about not only is the poetry life-giving, but that it was about healing work as well, and that was something that needed to happen in the camps. I'd like to bring in Ambassador Sankie Mthembi-Mahanyele to just begin by reading us one of her poems, The Path, that is assigned as, well, she wrote as Rebecca Matlo. Ambassador Mthembi-Mahanyele.
Thank you very much, Dr. Athambile, and good morning to everybody. And thanks for this healing session in a way. It's a healing session. This path, child of the soil, child of own destiny, cross this path and cross the sword, ride the lion's back and bound on with shoulders high, and the sky in heavens light the path. The echoes from this stony bush guide the way. Luthuli, Kotani, Mandela, Sisulu trod this path. Pull hard, hack the prickly shrubs, clear the forests and open a path. The burden beads on your brow and the pilgrim yoke on your back will balm the people's tortured hearts and beat the sword to seed freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. That's such a powerful poem, and perhaps you could just extend by sharing a bit about why it was important for you to be part of this selection, and perhaps sharing an anecdote or two about your own process, and even just when was the first time you saw this poem in print and what that experience was like for you.
When we put together the anthology and motivated and mobilized and organized by Ambassador Mabuza, it was also within the context of what was happening in the country, what was happening where we were, and at the same time, all of that triggering memories of where we came from. And we were carrying with us the period of the 70s, period of Black consciousness, where there would be continuously be debates, discussions about the pride, the dignity, and what the Black nation needed to do for itself and for humanity. So when we came into the ANC, we found that already there had been laid a foundation for us to express ourselves in various forms. We had the Department of Culture, headed by Ambassador Barbara Masikila, as already mentioned, working with Mandla and others, linking to also our comrades in the front line, Comrade Wali, Sirote, and others, Mthembi-Mahanyele, and the rest of them. So we appreciate the fact that there was somebody who was going to mobilize us and organize us and allow us to express ourselves, our feelings, the pain, the loss, the anxiety, the homesickness, but also dealing with the situation in where we were. People might not be aware of the fact that when it was heating up at home, period of the 80s, and the struggle was at its peak, confrontation between the regime and our people. We were experiencing the same at a particular level wherever we are. Our residences were raided, people were killed. You'll remember Lesotho, you'll remember the massacre in Botswana, you'll remember Matola, you'll remember where, and up to this day, we talk about the unknown graves, we talk about the unsung heroes. There are people whom we are not sure what happened to them. And yesterday, for me, it was very important just to be taken through the story of Nokuthula, because in some way, it was joining those loose dots. Even if you've never known people, they are with you in the trench. And that in itself means they can lay down their lives for you, and they did exactly that. And that story also reflects the fact that when we talk about armed struggle in South Africa, it was not just about minimal aspects of carrying out the armed struggle, but there was also the heavy aspects of carrying out the armed struggle. When we were attacked in the camp in Katenga, in Angola, we had some of our women in the front line operating some of the huge artillery there. And may her soul rest in peace. Alice Tsongo, who's one of the contributors, that's her Nomdige. Alice Janji was one of those who were operating in the sector of high artillery. Gloria Mtungwa, Belinda Martins was there when we were attacked. And people have to be aware of the fact that the issue of male and female did not exist at that point. When the enemy comes to kill, to ravage, and to murder, they do not select, they do not discriminate. However, what is important that people don't talk about today is that whilst that was happening on the side of the regime, in the ANC, because of care for humanity, because of understanding the depths of what the struggle was all about, President OR committed MK and the ANC to the Geneva Protocols to say that we are carrying out the armed struggle after many years of protest, after many years of mitigating situations, after many years of trying to make the regime listen to what we're saying. They never listen to us. However, our task and job is not to kill and maim, but to build and construct and let people live. And that's the difference you see in the way we conducted the armed struggle. So for us, it was very important that we do not undermine the importance of those who laid down their lives, our heroes, when we talk of Lesotho, and those that we've never known, the Vuyisile Minis, we've never seen with their eyes, but we found ourselves with their granddaughters. Umeri Mini, Utabete, who unfortunately also was a victim of the massacre in Lesotho. So these are the realities that we're dealing with. And there are also lessons that we learned in this midst of horror, of death and blood. We also had to be on our feet. We had to be able to communicate to the masses what the struggle was all about. Ukosi was talking about what we were doing in Radio Freedom as a team, what we were doing as writers, be it short stories or poetry or other forms of culture. We needed to keep our history alive. We needed to construct narratives that were possible, but also narratives that would be a foundation for our future. And some of those narratives found their way into our Bill of Rights, equality of men and women practiced in the ANC. You'll see that in our Bill of Rights, in our Constitution. The respect for human beings despite who they are. The projection of our future through the Amandla Cultural Ensemble, which was propagating the equality of the different language groups and ethnicities in their presentations, Mzulu, Msuthu, Xhosa, Hlanganani, because those were the foundations of the kind of future that we're looking for. But we also learned something very important and critical, and Ukosi touched upon this issue. And that was the issue of the power of the lip, the power of the voice. How do you use that power, that tool? And through Radio Freedom, we would be talking about the Freedom Charter, talking about what was happening at home. But at the same time, being aware of what President Oliver Tambo kept on mentioning. Beware of what you communicate, beware of how you use this very important and meaningful tool, which is the voice and the lip. Because at that time, inside the country, we were losing cadres, we were losing comrades because of misinformation, fake news, you know, of Becky Langa, you know, of other cadres that were killed because there was a distribution of misinformation about them. They were turned into enemy agents when they were not. Come to Lusaka, you would have the same problem, and comrades who are here and links will remember the issue of the 9 points, where you would have a character very appealing, very convincing, who would identify a few weaknesses that would have perhaps in our leadership, talk about them as if they were issues of national concern, whilst at the same time, at the end of the investigation by President Oliver Tambo, the truth came out. And we learned at that process that when you get to be given news, you critically assess and evaluate what you are told. You discern and understand and investigate for yourself. Because if you don't do that, you might find yourself servicing and feeding the monster.
Absolutely.
because it was actually happening at home. So there were a lot of things that were taking place, and those are the lessons we're carrying with us today. And there are some of the things that protect us as we continue to do our work. But it was also a period and moment where the issue of solidarity and support was practical. If you say we are women and supporting each other, what is it that you do? How much love do you share and distribute among yourselves? Are we able to emulate and support each other? Are we able to look at our weaknesses and set them aside and identify the positives in ourselves as the pressure and the push points that take us forward rather than take us backwards and make us move into circles? I don't know if Ambassador Mabuza remembers, we lost a very dear loved one, and we were sharing the pain together at that point. And I don't remember if she remembers what she said, something which I carried for me for the rest of their lives. Because at that point, when something like that happens, you start looking at who is responsible and why. And she said to me, what you need to be aware of is that we've got to stay alive and sober and carry the struggle forward. The blame game won't take us anywhere, and leave the rest to destiny. And those are some of the things that Kosi mooted to, which is the issues of what is the power of silence, and how do you use it to protect that which is very dear? How do you use it to protect, not to get people arrested, to protect, not to misinform the community? We are facing challenges currently inside the country. We can't deny that, it's out in the open. But how are we going to go about marshalling all of that strength, those strategies, and those lessons that we learned during the struggle to begin to pave a better path, a smoother path that is going to see us pick up where we left off, where we tripped and fall, pick up from there and guide and support ourselves to those destinies that we envisaged during the struggle, to those dreams that we wanted to see fulfilled. These are the dreams deferred people have been talking about. We've got to bring them and get them back to life. But we also have to remember what Kosi was talking about. We are able to sit here and share these experiences. And we are very grateful for that, for Dr. Phalafala and all of the people who put this together and continue to do this work. We should also remember the unknown soldiers, the unknown graves, the unregistered and unrecorded militants. One wants to share a story with you here. Quite recently, it must have been 2014 or so, we went out on a campaign looking for votes, and we went to the Eastern Cape, to a far out place in the rural areas. And we were talking to the community there, talking about how they should vote for the ANC, what we needed to do together, what we needed to improve in society. And there was this mama who was sitting and folding her hands, looking at us very attentively. And somewhere at the end of our mobilization, she stood up and she said, I'm very happy to hear you kids, Bantwana Bam, on what you are saying, because it means what we had been doing in the 70s has borne fruit. And she said, she introduced herself and said she was one of the women who were in the underground, and she worked with a team of 3. And she was responsible for hiding grenades and guns and all of that. And she said she used to sit put some of these grenades and guns and whatever in a tin, put a blanket, put a pillow and sit and sell tomatoes. But at the same time, the comrades would be coming, they would be communicating, they would collect and all of that. And one of the unit members was arrested, shot and killed. So she had to leave the Eastern Cape and partially emigrated to Gauteng, and she was taken care of by comrades in Gauteng who hid her. She was only able to come back to the Eastern Cape. At the time, she said she had just come back 5 years before, because she was still very much afraid to come back. The torture, the persecution, the harassment from the Matanzima regime, she could still feel that. And she said, we've heard what you're saying. I'm asking just for two things from you, Bantwabam. When contributing to the struggle, it was not for personal gain, but please help me to get an ID book and an RDP house. That's all she was asking for, nothing more. And that shows the resilience and the commitment that our people had in ensuring that we carry through the struggle to its logical end, not for personal benefit, not for accumulation of wealth, but to lead the nation to better pastures. And being able to put down some of these thoughts and being allowed the space to put down the poetry in whatever form and expression was also almost the beginning of the process of the healing that Kosi is talking about. But to say, I'll round up by saying that we're also, in a way, bowing our heads in honor of Belinda, in honor of Tabete, in honor of Janji, in honor of also our comrades in the trench, Abo Tavik, Abo Sibepi, Abo Obadi, Obadi. Let me just keep it as that. And all of our comrades who took the bullet on our behalf, bare-breasted. They took the bullet on our behalf. All we owe them is to pause and think and say, how do we carry on with the struggle, but at the same time, unifying our people, creating a kind of honest and genuine solidarity, and creating a sisterhood that is sustainable, that can be able to do what other people were talking about yesterday, to share in a manner that is very positive construction of language, of images, of each other, so that we don't lose focus. But at the end of the day, everything that we do, we have to discern, and that will be in memory of the teachings of OR, the teachings of Ubaba Mapita, Ume Ruth, Auntie Flo Maposho, Uba Kate Mulale. Those are the leaders that paved the way for us. And we were holding hands, male and female, to defeat this struggle based on race, based on class, based on discrimination, oppression, sexism. And as Kosi was saying, we're now in an environment and an atmosphere of refining and coming back and rationally structure whatever we're doing in formal terms. Is it feminism, whatever it is. We now have the space to do that, but we never forget where we come from. But also this day is to honor all the comrades who are reflected in MALIBONGWE. Comrade Jumaima yesterday, Comrade Granny was there, and all of us, and to say that each and every one of us put in their bit to contribute towards the bigger whole. So for us, MALIBONGWE is a vessel. It's a pot that would be accepting all of our feelings, the pain, the emotion, the loss, the love, the memories. And therefore, Dr. Phalafala and others keep on encouraging us to unseal our lips. We become ready at a certain level. At a certain level, we're still unable to unseal some of the memories. And we find that as we're trying to write and communicate these experiences. But with this kind of platforms, we are going to be able at some level to break that ceiling. But we shouldn't at the same time hold those who are still trying to heal guilty of some crime because they're still trying to heal at their own pace and their own way. So thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you so much for sharing such powerful reflections, and thank you for just weaving through. I mean, you began with just talking about poetry and the arts as organizing. And I think it's such a vivid memory to hold that we were not just organizing politically, but you're organizing culturally, which is to say you're organizing for the betterment of humanity. And this question of how to keep the history of life. Thank you for listing your comrades, many of whom we don't know of, and whose work still needs to be, and whose stories still need to be told. So we hold those stories with such great care, and thank you for trusting us with some of those reflections. I'd like to bring in Honorable Mbete at this point, and perhaps just to share just a small anecdote as Mbete, you switch your mic on and we just get pinned to the screen, is that I didn't know, obviously I didn't know about MALIBONGWE when I first to the colloquium organized. But more than that, I think what has been so revealing for me is not knowing, or rather I should say, it was always surprising. And even when I tell certain people that, you know, Mbete is a poet, people don't believe me. And when I show for my unborn child, people are even more shocked. And I think it was only when I read Prodigal Daughters, Loretta Ngobo's collection, where I got to see more of your poems. And perhaps if you could just start off by reading one of your poems that's in the collection, just to give people a sense of some of your writing. And if you wouldn't mind sharing the poem, Years of the Child, and then that will be followed by the reflection. And I think Years of the Child on my copy is page 152.
In mine is page 82.
82, yes.
In this one.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Athambile Masola. Thank you very much, fellow panelists and comrades. And we must thank the universities that have collaborated, in particular Rhodes University, that is hosting this wonderful, wonderful 2-day session. That is also the launch of the MALIBONGWE poetry book. Of course, eternal thanks to Sis Lindy for having initially seen to it that we have such a book. When I first met Uhuru Phalafala, she was still finding her way, trying to get to this poetry of which she had been told by Brawili. So when she came to my house and she was interviewing me, she told me she was working on it. So I credit her in particular for this book, for this poetry having been reissued inside the country, because this time when these women poets dared to raise their voices is a history that is part of South African history. But that's not what you have asked me to do, Athambile. Let me read the poem. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Perhaps I must indicate that the UNESCO had proclaimed the International Year of the Child in 1979. So therein lies the inspiration for the poem. South Africa, let our children live. Let the young bones in Timbaza scream. Let the blood of 76 drown the killers. Let the young imprisoned or exiled drink your milk, the bitter milk of yesterday, to make them grow like a felt fire. Let it flow in every young vein and artery, that they be firm in name and nationality. Let them drink the milk known by the warriors of Isandlwana. Mother, home, your children of whom your richness stripped you. Let your anxious breast knead you together. Let them each with the salt of your sweat and tears. Let our future burn in them, that they create years of the child. Let their hunger bear their anger. Let our children live and live. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mbete, and it's such an emotional poem just as you're reading it. And perhaps if you could just share some of your own reflections, particularly about how children are living today. I know it's such an odd thing, but what does it mean for you as a poet to write that poem then and to think about where we are right now and how our children are living? I think that's what I'm struck by as you were reading that poem. I mean, such a powerful line, let our children live and live. It's such a hopeful and futuristic and a dreamscape for children. And almost speaks to your other poem, For the Unborn Child. There was clearly a sense in some of your poems about just the need for the future of the African child.
Athambile, I take this as an invitation to share my thoughts and what has been coming through in the past 2 days by the end of today, because I don't remember participating in such a powerful way of marking National Women's Day since coming back from exile. So I must go back there, say thank you very much. And the people who are here are from different generations. So forgive me for also using the word child culturally. And when I say culturally, I am explaining that it's not about looking down. It's a way of acknowledging the fact that I am in my 70s, I am a mother. My eldest child, whom I left as a baby, is now in her mid-40s towards 50, and that's the reality. And when you grow older and your child is also growing older, she does not stop being your child culturally. And it's a very respectful and loving relationship. And I would be upset if a person of my mother's age does not acknowledge me as a child, though I am in my 70s. So that is how I understand the years of the child as reflected now in this moment, whereby in my 70s, my child is in her 40s, but I recognize that she has grown up. She has learned things that I would never have learned at her age. I was never exposed to that. And therefore, I think there are those things that we must acknowledge and embrace, and not believe we have to understand them a particular way because of a culture that we've since borrowed from. So I want to say that because I want to say how much I honor and I respect the younger generation, people like Uhuru, people of her age group, because they learn things from our generation which we would never have been exposed to at their age when we were participating in the struggle and things were happening within a context of that time. I think of how our children are part of today's South Africa and are part of the reality of people who went through a particular time in the struggle. I remember an early morning before I went into exile, very early morning. My son was on the breast, but as a comrade arrived, it was after 4 o'clock in the morning because we had to go somewhere. That was the reality of underground work. I had to pull my son from my breast. I'll never forget the feeling of him holding on to my breast, holding on to my nipple, and me pulling him out of the breast, pulling him away from my nipple, and knowing that actually I was unlikely ever to bring him back to that breast. And that was that. And shortly thereafter, I had to receive a message from comrades who were arrested and were here in Johannesburg that I had to prepare to leave for exile because they had access to information that perhaps I was living in KwaMashu, would not have, that I had to leave the country. My boy was 3.5 months old. I was not ready to wean him off the breast, but that was it. I had to go because it was time, it was the demand of the struggle at that time. So the adult of today is a child who had to be pulled off the nipple, maybe prematurely, and in fact, shortly thereafter, the mother was gone. We met under different circumstances, very far away from home, way after that. And the scars of those times are the story that is still behind the sealed lips, because some of those things only people with the necessary skills and training can come and explain and unpack so that we understand what we are, who we are. But let me use this opportunity also. Having listened to Ribbon yesterday, to say that we must never forget that the South African community in exile, the young and older girls and young people in the camps, were a microcosm of South Africa itself. So sometimes that's a matter you've got to bear in mind in your understanding of situations and events. That's one part that I'd like to touch on. But I also want to say, beware of preconceived ideas. Beware of preconceived ideas. Recently, I read something written about work that we did as the women's section in Tanzania. How the reality of young pregnant girls having to be brought back from the camps, from schools, colleges all over the globe, how we had to suddenly grapple with that reality that originally the ANC had not planned for. And as the women's section, we were the ones that had to think about this challenge and see it as a reality we had to find answers to. It was not simple and straightforward. But I was shocked to read that according to feminist writing and analysis all over the place, those were like punishment houses that the ANC prepared to go and punish young people who came back pregnant. I was upset. I want to just declare here, because I felt, why don't people ask and find answers from the people who were involved in those activities, so that you honor the work that was done and what went into how it was conceived and the actual work that went into it. When you think of those leaders, women leaders that we found in exile, who were leading us, had to teach us, to start with, we ourselves had grown up in the absence of the ANC that had been banned way back in the 60s, early 60s, Nohal. So when you meet the not Masisulu, Ruth Mompati, Mashope, Mamutabi, all the old ladies that welcomed us, embraced us, they were loving. They were a representation of parenthood away from home. And they nurtured us. They nurtured the younger generation, because every human being needs that. And therefore, it would be unfair to take it as anything else but a natural process of the nurturing of a younger person away from home in preparation for them to go back home, execute the struggle in every possible way from every angle in order that South Africa can be a better place. And yes, colleagues, let's accept that this country is not perfect. It's not perfect because there are no angels. There are no angels running the country. There are no angels that executed the struggle. But for people to take South Africa as if it was in fact liberated by monsters is being unfair to history, in particular to the role that women played and nurturing children away from normal circumstances. But I am saying these words, Chairperson, to indicate that there are pros and cons, there are positives and negatives about our history, including how our children themselves had to be somehow victims of that situation, because women themselves had to participate in the struggle, and therefore in the process, the mothering side of things. And mothering is a part of the situations of struggle that I accept. Personally, I often read that within the course of reading in the feminist discourse, there's a tendency to look down on motherhood, as if there's anything wrong with motherhood. Motherhood must be celebrated because every human being is on earth because a woman gave birth, a woman nurtured, a woman mothered. Even in the struggle, women mothered, and they played a beautiful nurturing role of motherhood. And I remember Matambo as one of those women among the many women that we found in the ANC in the struggle. Lastly, I just want to say, Athambile, that when I went back to this poem, I had not seen it in a long time. A few words jumped at me: name and nationality. It's an issue for people in exile because statelessness is the condition, is the way of life in that situation. The words mother, the words home in the poem are very sensitive parts of the memory of that identity of being in exile. And so we're not surprised by what we were hearing yesterday about what was the last session of yesterday's program. Our children are scarred. We, their parents, are scarred, we're scarred. And I believe that an occasion such as this 2-day session is part and parcel of the healing process. Healing not just for women, healing for the whole society, healing for our country as we move forward, as we dig up the reality of our memory, our wounds, our pains that stay deeply embedded in the depths of what we keep under the seal. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mambete, and thank you for touching on many important aspects there. And I think it's important to challenge those feminist narratives that do take motherhood for granted and not to account for the complexities of motherhood. And thank you for reflecting so honestly about your own experiences in that process. And thank you again for sharing your own experience with decisions that you had to make. And I think it's part of humanizing what has happened even in our own country, and how do we talk in humanizing ways about what has happened and how people have shared. And I think that's the power of the poetry, is that poetry allows us to be able to have these conversations. I don't think you and I would be able to have this conversation if you hadn't read your poetry, if we hadn't even had a space where we can talk about the poetry. So I think we can thank the poetry for being that port, as Uma said earlier. I'd like to bring in Kosi, and then we're going to shift gear and talk about women in solitary shortly. Kosi, you wrote the introduction to MALIBONGWE, and I think what you did so beautifully, of course, is to draw the tapestry and to map out all these poems and how they speak to each other. And I think what I was struck by is how much care and the attentiveness that you pay to the beauty in the poems, and perhaps your own reflection around how you map out these poems, and what were some salient observations and when you see them as a map of stories by women. Jose?
Thanks, like everybody else, the credit goes to Uhuru, who sought me out. And I wasn't ready to do this work. I said to her, I can only start doing this, I don't know, was it 3 months, 4 months time? And she said, okay, I will wait. So when she was willing to do the waiting, there was some, I don't want to use the word pressure, but that's the word that's in my head. It was like I needed to do the job now that she has waited for me. And I think the most, for me, fascinating thing is, of course, the fact that I had known about MALIBONGWE, but had never touched it in exile. I knew about the comrades who were poets, but I had never had anything to do with them as poets. They were people I knew, people I lived with. I lived with my aunt Sankie, though she was in and out of Lusaka, but I'd never engaged with them as poets. So having to do this work was fascinating for me from that perspective, that here I was now engaging with them as poets in an anthology. Of course, I'd seen other Flames of Fury. I had a copy of, and it was my shelves, but I only got that copy after I got back home. I was at Sis Lindy's Footprints and Fingerprints launch. I was very excited. So there was that engagement that only started when I came back home, that engagement with comrades as poets. So this book gave me that broad perspective that an anthology does, which is what Uhuru was saying earlier. And interestingly enough as well, when Uhuru approached me to do this work, I had already read the scholarly works by the two scholars that I quote in the book. And I remember reading in particular the comments by Linda Gilfillan that she didn't quite get the fact that women could weave the words and do what poetry is meant to do. And I remember reading Vangile's, I think it was a master's thesis, and the points that she made about what this anthology was about. So really digging into it from my own perspective was an enriching creative journey that Uhuru plunged me into, and I thank her for that. So yeah, I won't say much because I think the introduction speaks for itself. But one of the questions that you sent me, Athambile, was to talk about what I saw as repeating themes or continuities, if you like. And yes, there are a lot, but the two that stood out for me was the one on hope and the one on the issue of the land. And to make the point, I quoted a few poems in the introduction that speak to hope and use the metaphor of dawn. And I want to read the excerpts that I took out of those poems, and I'll read the ones that were written by the people who are on this panel, starting with the one by Balega Khositsile from the poem called From My Unborn Child. And the excerpt is, when the streets and rivers of our land turn red, it will be the dawn of the day. Our land will kiss freedom welcome. I selected that because I like that idea. Here is freedom, kiss it, welcome. And Rebecca Matlow's piece from Mother Patriot. The excerpt I selected there was, what is it today? What was yesterday? Shall tomorrow dawn to set for them? Whoever prophesied this black cloud, this stiletto tear, all of her here apart. Can you imagine that? A stiletto tearing all of her hair apart. That's beautiful. And the one by Lindiwe Mabuza, To a Comrade. The excerpt goes, for you and I met and always will, to forge multiple dawns of new horizons. Forging multiple dawns of new horizons. And I think because of the time when I was writing this introduction, it was also still in our heads how the 2018 State of the Nation address had used the word dawn. And I'm thinking, here we are in 2018 talking about dawn. And here are these poems written in the 70s talking about dawn. And that's why it was important for me to point out in the introduction the fact that we need to live with the fact that history repeats itself. And when we are young and we are encountering certain things and engaging with them, the tendency is to think, this is the first time this is happening, because we are young and that's how we think. But if we take in and embrace fully the fact that really things just repeat, they're never extremely new, if I could use that language to make the point. So as they repeat, what's significant is how do they repeat? How do we see the differences in the repetition? People who are writers here will know what's the word? The saying that, you know, people have written about everything there is to write about in the world. The only difference is how you, as the individual, writes about it. And so that was what was important for me as well. And I needed to point that out in the introduction. And of course, the issue of land. And though it repeated a lot in the poems, what's interesting for me about the repetition of the issue of the land is that there is still a lot more controversy about land today in South Africa. And I think a part of me had expected that there'll be less of it now, by now. So the repetition of the theme of land is a repetition of an issue that still needs a lot of attention. And we haven't done, we as a country, haven't done as much work that would have meant that by now, the land issue is no longer as urgent. The land issue is no longer as painful a topic to talk about as it was when MALIBONGWE came out, as it was in the 60s, as it was in the 50s, and way back then when the Land Act was passed. And before then, when the wars around the land were fought. So the issue of land has repeated forever because of what colonialism is about, because of what apartheid was about. And I wish we were further ahead on it, but we still aren't. And so when you sit that with hope, the other repeating theme, what do we do if we're not as far ahead as we thought we would be? We hold on to hope and we write poems that speak to us, that enliven that poetry, and we write music that does the same. I'll end there.
Is not. Thank you. Have feeling. Hope is actually about action. Hope is about waking, hope moving, and hope is about wanting to be alive. So thanks for reminding us two very important and how they resonate. I see internet connection is if I'm unstable, please pardon me. And I think what resonates so importantly, the question of land and how often we have to say, or a lot of people who work and activists who work in the space of land have often had to say, you know, women sometimes get left behind in this conversation of land. And so how it kind of keeps coming up in iterative ways that about land and have always wanting to stake claim to that land. I say that, and I'd like to make a request that Jemima would like you to read, perhaps after Shanthini has shared some of her reflections as we are going to go into the Q&A. So Jemima, if you please hopefully select a point you would like to us to lead us into that next section. But Shanthini, I'd like to bring you in, and I think your book is really relevant given the reflections that we've had already from the speakers, from our poets. And I think what you do in prose form is through some of what has been shared. And perhaps to say that your work has traveled in the same way that the book MALIBONGWE has traveled, is that your book also traveled. And just congratulations on that success of books. And so perhaps just begin with reflections from the international reception of your book. I remember watching your launch with Ambassador that the two of you had. If you could just start with some of those reflections.
Thank you so much, Dr. Masola. And this is the book, just as a reminder. Oh, this blurry background. It's been exactly a year since we launched, and I just every day think what a privilege it was that I was able to tell the story, not my story, and that the very brave women in the book were trusted me to share it as a very simple journalist who wasn't particularly political, wasn't particularly with the credentials of the women that I've seen in the last day and a half. I really feel privileged, firstly, to have been able to do this work and also to be here and tell you about it. But what I'm really amazed at is exactly as you say, the international reception and the local reception. And the only important thing that I can share with the audience here, especially the young students and those who are, people who are interested in this kind of work, is that you don't have to have all the accolades, and you don't have to have the the amazing backgrounds of the women that we've seen today. Like we don't have to have those struggle credentials to be able to engage with this content and to appreciate it. And I think that is one of the ways of getting the story out, because I was very nervous of doing it as an outsider. And just this week, I'll just quickly tell you, the women in the book are Mam Joyce Sigakane Rankin, Mam Rita Nzanga, Shanthini Naidoo, who's not related to me, just had a similar name, has a similar name, and one of the reasons why I was interested in the book, and in the story rather, and then Manondwe Mankatla, who is in the Eastern Cape. So the story came to me while I was studying at Wits, and I actually changed directions in my my thesis, which was meant to be on digital media, and just how it's really, and I'll tell you why I'm mentioning this, ironically, why digital media is disrupting journalism and storytelling and that sort of thing in a negative way. And actually, when we ended up launching the book 2 years after the thesis was done, it was during the peak of coronavirus in the world, and we've done this completely online. Every single event, every single engagement. You'll remember, Dr. Masola, the one we did where the power went out. We had load shedding, but it still has reached the US. It has reached the European Union in Belgium, where it's been translated into Dutch, and where it's just very recently, and I haven't even shared this much, but it's been picked up by Taylor and Francis Routledge Group, who's going to create the book in print anywhere in the world. And it really made me think, somebody put it so eloquently that for all the women that we've been talking about in the last 48 hours almost, it's about giving them their flowers while they are still alive, for one. And also the book is a microcosm of the many, many stories of the foot soldiers, as we heard yesterday, about the number of women who were involved in the struggle, who were, who've been facing this sort of erasure. And even though we focused on this particular trial of 1969, with 4 women who were relatively well known, perhaps in the circles of the comrades that they operated in, but who I, even as a journalist, didn't know in 2018. And it came out of Winnie Mandela's death, and the way that Mam Winnie was remembered in those early editorials in a very, very unkind way. And what I didn't want was for these women to experience the same thing, because they'd done such an amazing, brave, they'd been very, just a little bit about the stories, that the reason why these women were not incarcerated for a longer time is because they refused to testify against each other. And it would have meant them being imprisoned for however long, along with Winnie Mandela, and then the work wouldn't have continued. So to be able to say that the story has been taken up around the world is really, really a testament to all of the women that we've been talking about, not only the 4 in the book and the 7 in this trial. It's about why South African stories are important, why women's stories are important, and how activism is possibly something that binds us together as women and makes us even stronger than we have to be. And, you know, over Women's Month, it's always about why do we have to be resilient? Why do we have to always be strong? And this is the way of the world. This is the way that the world is shaped at the moment. It's slowly changing. And perhaps that is part of the reason why the story has been so widely accepted and widely read, is because women anywhere can identify with it and take strength from it. And for me, that is the greatest achievement I can ever think of from a piece of research that started out as a master's thesis. And if I can encourage young people to, when I even think about MALIBONGWE, and I think about the work that that's been done with the women in this group who put together this amazing event, those are the kinds of stories we need to get out there, and that is how we counteract that erasure. And perhaps, you know, when we think about how Fees Must Fall started in South Africa and how Solomon Mahlangu was, you know, called on as strength for this young movement, that we'll still be able to challenge all the things that we face daily, you know, in our corporate culture, in our societal issues, by taking from the strength of the women who came before us.
Thanks for sharing those reflections. And I'm so glad, I know I kind of started at the tail end of the book's life, and thanks for kind of working backwards, because I wanted to see people how expansive these stories are, and as inspiration that not only do we need to know the stories here, but people are intricately linked to these stories in other parts of the world. And there's always the criticism that, you know, we let other people tell our stories. And so I think it's important for people to see that when we tell our stories, in the same with what Uhuru has done and what the poetry did in 1981, is that people do read the stories that we then write. And so it's such a wonderful inspiration for you to share that experience and the journey of the book. And just a follow-up question in relation to what you've just shared, and I think in relation to what the poetry also speaks to. I wonder if you could just share some reflections on, so you ground your book in this question of trauma, which is something that we've already spoken about. And if you could just briefly share, I mean, just your choice in grounding the rest of the stories in this legacy of trauma, and how has that affected not only the life of the stories themselves, but also maybe your own engagement with this question of trauma.
You know, and this comes up so often, even in recent incidents, when we look at how, if we look at the negative stuff, we have to, the rioting in KZN and Gauteng recently, when we look at Fees Must Fall, when we look at Me Too and all these movements that have come from areas of pain. And for me, it was really interesting to start looking at this project. As I said, I changed a thesis at the very last minute on the 2nd of April 2018 to look at, it started off with one woman, with Winnie Mandela, and the mention of her post-traumatic stress disorder, and then looking at, you know, all the other women who are around us. How does this affect us as a nation? We almost came out of those 50 years, which is before many of our time even. You know, I mean, the honorable former speaker and, you know, other women who have been speaking over the last few days were there. We were not there, but we live in this world that is impacted by these mothers, who, exactly as I mentioned in the book, were torn away from children, whose children are now our contemporaries in our world of work. And for me, it was firstly that personal healing that was missing from the women who were involved in the struggle. And you know, when I'd spoken to the 4 women in the book, apart from Mom Joyce Sigakane Rankin, who'd moved to Scotland, and whose husband was a medical doctor, you know, and she'd worked a lot in the medical field as well. She was possibly the only one who said that she'd had any kind of trauma counseling, despite being tortured and solitary confinement, which was far worse than, you know, Robben Island, where it was sort of communal. You know, and it's not to compare which was worse, but with 27 years that Madiba spent on Robben Island, he still said he had 3 days of solitary confinement, and yet these women had 18 months. And if we think about lockdowns and how our, you know, the mental health impacts are so vast, we're going to be feeling it for many, many years ahead. How did that solitary confinement affect these women? And then secondary to that was almost, why were we not hearing about this? Why were we not told what was our psychological state as a country? Why are we not talking about our traumas and about the generational trauma that carried on? I mean, when I speak to Nkosinathi Rankin, he was the 3-year-old that was pulled away from his mother, literally pulled away from her arms at 2 o'clock in the morning when she was imprisoned, and then she later went into exile. He was separated from her for 11 years. And you know, what are the impacts of this person today, who's now still, you know, part of, it was interesting, I thought about in the vaccine campaign, they spoke about the breadwinners, but it is this economically active population. It is the, you know, the people who are maturing and, you know, who are growing up in this democracy. So what is the impact of all of that? And that is where, you know, there has been so much work around the TRC, and it came up again, and we almost wanted to box it in that little time when we were coming out of our apartheid state into this new democracy, and how we could possibly ever think that that was enough. And to not even, if I look at Auntie Shanthini Naidoo, who was, you know, unionist, and who was part of a family, a generational family of struggle heroes. You know, her mother was in the 1956 march, and before that, her grandfather had petitioned Paul Kruger. So it was a generational sort of struggle family, yet she was not given as much time as her very well-known brothers. You know, Indres Naidoo was on Robben Island with Madiba and various other stalwarts. And the time in the TRC, even though she had been in solitary confinement for that number of months, she was not afforded the opportunity of sharing about that. And to even get that sort of healing, as we've been seeing in the last 2 days, from unpacking and unraveling and sharing that story. So how many others are there? How many countless others are there who have experienced these traumas? You mentioned the US launch of this book where Ambassador Noma India Mfeketu attended and spoke about her own experiences. And similarly, it was the motherhood that was attacked. It was the motherhood that was taken away from them. And that she hadn't spoken about it in decades. She hadn't debriefed after returning from, you know, after getting back into the world again. And it's very interesting about, you know, the impact of people who are in exile versus the people who stayed behind, versus the women who were left to continue with the work while the men were in prison. So there's a lot. If we have to look at it as a collective, this country is very, very unhealed. And the only, and yes, we've got a lot of work to do economically. There's, you know, we've had blow after blow, but at the same time, we've got to address our psychological trauma. And one of the ways scientifically that's been found is through storytelling. And the colloquium just highlighted how important and how valuable it is. We spoke about, Mamkosi spoke earlier, and I also did, about how we had a sleepless night after hearing all the stories and evaluating and understanding them. So imagine if there are so many who are keeping quiet, who are not talking about it, who are not acknowledging that we had 50 long years of difficulty. And yes, we are still an infantile democracy, if you think about it in that way. And have we evolved psychologically as a nation? And the answer is definitely no.
Well, thank you for those reflections. And I think, I mean, I love this expression of areas of pain. And what happens to an area of pain, it's constantly tender, and unless you attend to that tenderness, it just continues to be. But to see that and make that the metaphor of what our country is such a powerful image. And I think I'm just looking at there's some chat, and we're gonna just segue into some comments and some questions. But before we do that, if we could just have Mthembi-Mahanyele come and read her poem as we start engaging with some of what the audience has shared. Can Mthembi-Mahanyele come on? I see she's permitted to speak. I'm not sure if her video will be on. And she's still muted, so if just our technical assistants can switch her mic on.
Hello.
Hello, May.
Hi, this technology.
Oh, welcome, and thank you for persevering through the technology so we can hear your voice.
Okay, thank you very much. It is really an honor to be asked to read my one and only poem, which was penned years ago for August 9. And it goes thus: your mother, my mother, our mothers marching. They had the call. They came together and shared ideas. They all had one aim in mind: to show the regime they were not what the regime thought they were, robots. One husband might have reprimanded the wife. Open quotes. What do you people think you are up to? Close quotes. And the wife might have answered bravely. Open quotes. We know our aims and objectives. We mean to carry them out. Close quote. Your mother and my mother. The day dawned. Staunch. They marched to the union buildings. They had the commanding tone, and indeed they went, carrying us on their backs. Gallant heroes of the time, courageous they were, women from all walks of life. Your mother, my mother, our mothers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, May. And just to say, that's one of the poems that I had taught when I first taught MALIBONGWE to my class of students last year. So now they will have an audio version of the writer reading their poem, which is such a rare treat. So thank you so much for reading that poem so beautifully as us about the importance of what we are sharing today. Just as we move into the Q&A, there've just been lots of wonderful appreciation for this work, and I'm just going to read through some of it. I know there is a question that I've noted from Jessica Horn, and so I'm going to start from the bottom. And the Q&A, I've just noticed one question. It was from Jessica Horn, who says, "Thanks for the amazing contributions. I'm fascinated by this issue of activist sacrifice. Today, we really push for well-being and not sacrificing so much that it makes you sick, makes you lose your health, etc. But in reality, it was sacrifice that made the change, that brought liberation. How do we navigate this? Are we overcautious now, or is it wise to not give so much? And I think we can, each of the panelists could maybe speak to an aspect of what Jessica is speaking to. Another comment from Siphokazi, she says, I think this is directed to you, Shanthini. She says, I was so happy to read your chapter on Mam Nondo Mangahla. I interviewed her in 2013, focusing on her MK work with Gov, Mbeki, and Xaba. So it's nice to see those parallels in different kinds of work happening. Another comment from Prof. Gola, she says, such wonderful insights on women's literary heritages, the enormous gift we inherit in terms of the imaginative traditions, the conditions under which such remarkable labor was crafted. Equally grateful for the forthright disagreement with some feminist scholarship on the archive in both Kosi earlier and Mambete's presentations. Delighted to be reminded that Rebecca Matlo is Ambassador Sankie, no question, just appreciation of the crucial intergenerational work Honorable Mabuza in compiling an Uhuru and Athambile's brilliant literary historiographical work, invaluable session, intellectually nourished, and also sitting here with goosebumps. Thank you. Esther says, just commenting, I think it was when Mambeta was speaking to the poem about our children are always our children, no matter how old we are, how old they are, mothers and children will always be in an enduring relation of care, despite pain, mourning, and grief. So I think the kind of layered question is mostly from Jessica Horns, and maybe everyone in the panel can just begin to think about how to approach that, and you don't have to answer the full question, and I'll indicate shortly. Just another comment by Mabokang Monapula Mapisela. Thank you so much to the powerful women who shared their lived accounts with us during these 2 days in the colloquium. This should not be the last, but the start of many to come. And she's just showing great appreciation for what Kosi spoke about, to unseal their lips. Thanks to the organizing team for this wonderful space in MALIBONGWE. Uhuru just commenting on culture as mobilization of consciousness, and just that powerful approach. Maybe we'll start with Mam Lindy, if you would like to reflect on that question of the tension between sacrifice and sacrifice and where we are right now, and well-being, and how do we balance that, perhaps from your own reflection. And I'll go and Ambassador Sankie, if you could be ready as well, Kosi, now Honorable Mbete, and just take turns in engaging with that question. Mam Lindy, if you could unmute your mic.
It's a difficult one to answer. Sacrifice. You know, when I decided I wanted to go to the ANC full time after teaching in the United States, the question came up, why are you sacrificing all this privilege you have, a tenured position, good salary, good home? My response was, it's most of a sacrifice for me to live in the United States when our children are dying and our people have given everything up. Look at the lawyer that Tambo was. He gave it up for the struggle. Look at the lawyer that Mandela was. They were in prison. I don't know. I think I could do it over and over again if it became necessary. It's not sacrifice at all if it's about your life and the lives of so many millions of people. It's not.
Sure. Thank you, Mam Lindy.
But if later, can I have a last word? I need to, not now.
Okay, sure. We'll circle back for final remarks, definitely. Ambassador Mthembi-Mahanyele, would you like to comment on that, on the question? in whichever angle.
A short comment. And just to say it's a very, very interesting question, because it touches on our understanding of what is expected of us. Because we're coming from a period of physical confrontation, protests, the war itself, and all of those things. But we also need to be aware of the fact that our struggle has got phases. That was the phase of the 60 years plus the public mobilization of our people. But then we've got to put into practice, practically, those thoughts and the policies that were churning out in Parliament. And it means we now have to operate at different levels. We craft the legislation, we implement it on the ground, we get the resources and change the lives of our people for the better. So it's another phase of struggle. It's about change, it's about transformation, it's about reconstruction. In fact, it's more complex and more intricate than the first phase, because there we had a common enemy who could direct all our energies to one central point. But now we've got to make sure that the energies that we have, we disperse them into different avenues and areas where we've got to tap and create the change. We've got to bring back dignity to our people. We have to address the bread and butter issues facing our people. And this is done at a different level, because it doesn't matter the way we want to think about it. If you're going to be responsible for finances, you've got to be informed about that field. If you're going to be responsible for health, you've got to be informed about that field. So in fact, right now, we need to do more than we did in the past, because the load is much bigger and heavier than in the past. So we need to sacrifice more. And this brings up the issue of what maybe people may not be aware of because they were at the distance of the action point. One of the things that kept the African National Congress together, it is the exemplary nature of the leadership of Oliver Tambo, of Ntate Nkobi, Mzo, Comrade Thabo Mbeki, all our comrades based in London and all over the world. They were working round the clock to make things happen, 24/7. So it's something that people might not have seen. And it is maybe appreciated by those who saw how important and how critical it was for people to do certain things. Let one be allowed the opportunity to bring in this issue. We've spoken about the different aspects and elements of armed struggle. Key to that was the issue of mobilization of resources. Resources in terms of funds that Ambassador Mabuza was talking about. Resources in terms of clothing the cadres. Resources in terms of making sure that the cadres eat. You mobilize medication. You mobilize clothes for babies, milk, payment for residences where we lived. So all of that was the bits and pieces that made the whole. And people were also making lots of sacrifices. They left their comfort spaces, they left their comfort stations, like Ambassador Mabuza, Ambassador Masikela, Oliver Tambo, Nelson Mandela, and others, to come and contribute towards the bigger whole. So we need to sacrifice more, and we've got to be inclusive, bring in all the people with the expertise and the ability and the capacity, because this is for all of us, it's for nation building.
Sure. Thank you for mapping it out in such a complex way, but also you're reminding me of just the simplicity of Inguleko is that now that we're on the side of the struggle, the work continues rather than resting on those laurels. Mambete, would you like to offer any thoughts to that question?
That question for me brings to mind an angle from which it comes to me over time again and again, and that is that, how did you decide to join the struggle? I find myself having to answer and grapple with that question. And the answer to it for me is actually, I don't remember deciding. I don't know other comrades' experiences. There was not one date, 1 month in 1 year when I sat and I thought and consciously said, now I join the struggle. My memories go back to my observations over time. I mean, it's much later I got to know my parents' own involvement in the struggle. And therefore, I imagine my own gravitating towards what later became my life had to do also with my observations of my mother's conduct in the 50s with other women in Durban. I watched her. So I actually imagine she was involved in the beer hall, those activities of the women, beating up the men out of the beer halls and getting them to sober up and become, you know, involved in more constructive things in their lives. So it comes to me in that way. So it was never an issue of sacrifice. I agree with Mrs. Lind. It was not an issue of I'm missing out on something. I am doing something which my life has dictated I have to do. I have to be involved in. It just has to happen.
That's such a powerful, and it's almost a lived and embodied experience, like ubona lento that you inherited from abazali bakho.
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean, later, later, just as we were about to come back from exile, I remember being met by the late Comrade Masola. And he told me, he said to me, did you know that your father was involved in the Communist Party? And I was like, what? Well, I have my own memories and observations of his life and who he was and the way he, but I now reflect back with hindsight, with knowledge, with having seen how things happen in politics. But sacrifice, no, it was my life. It was how it just could not happen that way.
You're reminding me of, and I think this question, even with Mam Lindy's reflections, you remind me there's a beautiful song. Everyone should listen to it. It's called Isekazini by Zoe Modicha, and she speaks to that exactly, you know, and this idea of, I just want to change the world, Isekazini. And perhaps it's one of those inheritances that come with being a Black person in a post-colonial world. Kosi, any reflections on that question? And then I think we're going to take some final remarks from the panel as we wrap up our colloquium.
Okay, my reflection is in 2 stages, because I think, like Balega has just said, I mean, the difference between she and I is that I don't come from a family that I've ever heard was activist in any way. But my lived experience meant that I wanted to change the world. It meant that I was able to find an underground library from which I could get books that were banned. It meant that by the time I was at university, I was in the students' movement. So there was this, I was in the youth movement from home, and then at Ongoye University, I was in the student movement. So our lives dictated that we do that. So the significance of Jessica's question for me is when I can point to a date. On the 29th of October, 1983, members of Inkatha Impi came to university at Ongoye. By the end of that day, 4 students had died and 1 other person. I made the decision on that day, I will be looking to join Umkhonto. I was never recruited to MK. On that day, I decided I will ask people until somebody tells me who to talk to. That's how I joined MK. Nobody was looking for me to recruit me. But that event, when men who look like me came and killed us on our campus, we were university students. I mean, I was much older. I had finished a degree. I had finished a diploma. I was in my 20s. But university students, they're 19, 18, 20, and they came, and these are Black men. That for me changed a lot of what was in my head, because I wasn't sacrificing myself. It was self-preservation. Because what I realized on that day is that if I don't do something to know how to kill and fight back, I'll die. And that would be, for me, a failure on my part, not to have armed myself when experience has shown me that I need to be ready to fight and die fighting. I did not want to die not fighting. So for me, it's a story that I can pin to a date when the shift of my activism moved from just being a student movement and, doing women's work here and there. We're doing consciousness raising, Black is beautiful, na, be Black and proud. I was doing that and it was fun and I thought it was important. But on the 29th of October, 1983, it is now referred to as the Ongwe massacre. My mind shifted completely because I needed to self-preserve. When people ask me the question, it's like, how could you sacrifice yourself and go to MK because you were going to die? I needed to be trained as an MK soldier so I could self-preserve. And I acted. And I asked everybody until I was referred to somebody who became my handler.
Sure. Thanks for sharing that, Kosi. Perhaps as we start wrapping up, I'm going to just share 1 or 2 comments from the chat section as well, and our panelists can just start thinking about their final reflections. There is, however, a question from Gibutlale. I think it's quite specific to Mambete, sorry. She says, thank you to the organizers and the panelists for this wonderful colloquium. In remembering the experiences of women through material markers such as art, I'm thinking about the women of the Medu Art Ensemble and their contributions to the anti-apartheid struggle. Can Mabaleka Mbete reflect on her experience as a member of Medu and MK combatant? How did the women of Medu navigate their place in the struggle? Mbete, can you come in for that specific question? Mbete? Oh, I see you still here. Can someone help with unmuting? Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
It's a
Medu Art Ensemble was a very important cultural collective and structure, very important at a particular moment in Southern Africa. As we were moving towards the years of coming back home, the countries neighboring South Africa were critical, in particular because of the activities that the struggle demanded had to be prioritized. In particular, I remember Medu Art Ensemble as a space where we went about our work as it came to us as artists, as cultural workers, men, women, young people, Botswana, South Africans, the community of expatriates that lived in Botswana at the time. So it also enabled us to mobilize human resources from this whole community and broader community, broader than South Africans, for us to enable the work also of MK combatants to happen in that country and other neighboring countries. And there are comrades who were members and who were participants in that specific moment there in that space. So Medu Art Ensemble was very important in that it enabled the struggle in all its angles, in all its pillars, in all its manifestations to continue going on. And that is also why Medu became a target of the South African Defence Force. How they also got to realize that through the work of Medu, we are also recruiting young military combatants. We are sending comrades beyond Botswana to go and be trained militarily and to come back and to cross over back to South Africa to do the work that combatants had to do in the many aspects that the struggle demanded. I remember one day when Bragwangwa's band, Shakawe, was playing at a place called Woodpeckers. It was a beautiful place across which actually sometimes the very shows we would stage at that place would be the shade for MK combatants to move in and out, back and forth between South Africa and Botswana. So that is the importance of the kind of work that was multi-layered, multifaceted, that was done by Medu. Maybe I should leave it there.
Thank you so much, Mambete, and it's such an important reflection to see the work of not only the poetry, but the broader cultural work that, again, as was very transnational. As we wrap up, I think I'm going to work backwards. So just start with Shanthini and move backwards, and I'll indicate as we speak. But I think the question, perhaps to tie through to what Kosi said right at the end of her keynote, I'm thinking for myself here, how this work, just being able to talk about these books, but the imaginative work of the poetry and the imaginative possibilities of the prose and the research that Shanthini was talking about. And perhaps as a parting reflection, Shanthini, if you can just share, how has this work shifted your imagination, perhaps for yourself, for the work that you do? Do you envisage, another book? Do you envisage a PhD? Where does this work take you now? Because I think what's important is that this work cannot leave us and does not leave us unchanged. And perhaps just to tie that into a comment that I saw earlier is this question of, I think it was Ambassador Mtinzo's question about how do we imagine a world where women are not strong? Perhaps this topic is important as feminists grapple with Imbokodo concept and some misinterpret it, but it's this question of how do we imagine a world as feminists? How do we imagine a world as mothers? How do we imagine a world as women? Shanthini, I'll start with you.
Thank you. I want to say that, I've always said that I fell into this book and it manifested in a way that was really beautiful. But I think the most important thing for me is that it is an example for others to do the same. When we see when we listen to these inspirational poems that we've heard today, when we hear the stories that we heard yesterday, there are thousands of those stories in South Africa. We need to, as creative people, go and spend time with the Honorable Baleka Mbete. Go and write that story down before she's, someone like Mom Joyce Sikhakhane Rankin, who was a journalist herself at the time. This was part of why she was incarcerated, who hasn't till today, when she's nearing her 80s, written down her entire life story. I got a snapshot of it, but there's a lot more that can be told. And in that way, not only do we uplift ourselves, uplift our knowledge, which I think is really lacking in this generation. There were too many women who came to me, women who are in really senior positions in corporate South Africa, in academia, who said, I didn't know these stories. And I was one of them as well. I didn't know the story, even working as a journalist. And for the young people choosing their research out there today, to go and document it. We've lost so much in our past that was destroyed by the security branch, that was destroyed by the lack of being able to document things. You are not allowed to, as the women who would have been trained and who know how they had to do everything without putting a name to it or putting a pseudonym to it. We've lost a lot, and we can still regain it, and from there help those who need to heal and heal ourselves. I think that's the biggest job that we have as even as mothers today. And for me, the next step is to think about how to translate this book for young people, for little girls who can look up at the women in our country and feel proud and remember their names and hear their stories.
Thank you, Shanthini. Thank you for reminding us about the importance of the healing, and that telling stories is part of that healing work. So thank you for that. I'm going to hold you to that children's book on women in solitary, and I know how to get into your DN, so we'll definitely be chatting about that. Uhuru, how has this book helped you or shaped or shifted your imagination? And you're welcome to share any other reflections, perhaps from the conversation more broadly.
Thank you, Athambile, and thank you to my panelists for such an encouraging and inspiring session. I want to close off by just reflecting on how sacrifice is an expression of hope. It's an act of love, and it is choosing the community over the self as a political act, as an act of acting upon the future. It is laying the foundation for those who you might never even get a chance to meet or know. I don't imagine that the poets here today and Dr. Lindiwe Mabuza ever imagined, sitting here with those that they have served, with those that they have laid a foundation for. So it is such an honor to get the chance to meet with them, with those who sacrificed so much for us because of the republication of this work and because of the freedom that we enjoy today. And I think that this work is a call for intergenerational dialogues as healing work, as lineage work, and as regenerative work. And so I'd like to also encourage the students and researchers here today, like Shanti did, to engage with the elders. They are here. And in my experience, they are open to engaging with us, to talking to us, to engage with them and to record their stories, because their stories are ours, and to continue in this work, which is reparative, not only for us, but for the elders. This engagement will facilitate some of the healing that we have learned in the last 2 days is so, so vital and necessary. But also in recording their stories, we really can transform academia through this work, which often wants to lock us into these cerebral kind of categories without care work, without the work of heart and feeling. So we can use this opportunity of engaging our elders to transform the spaces we work in. And we can teach academia to open up to the work of spiritual healing and to care work, as I have said. We have not come to a point where we have fully defined what a decolonial space within the university might look like. And I'm offering here that intergenerational work and intergenerational dialogue and intergenerational archival work is a potent way of engaging in decolonial practice. I want to thank my elders once again for honoring us with their presence, and for everybody who is here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uhuru. And I know that I've said this to you over and over again, but I can't say it enough. Thank you for being part of the rebirth of this book and giving me the opportunity to be able to do exactly what you're talking about. When you bring these poems into academia, it does shift something. When we bring these poems into, when we share with even our friends and our families, it shifts something. So thank you for taking on that role for yourself and seeing it through, so that now we will always be talking about this book in different ways. We won't be talking about how there was once upon a time that there was this poetry book that was released in this other country and never made home, but we'll be able to say it came home, and the ways in which we are able to through this collection and through the work that you do. And I think that it is deeply spiritual work, that have been in other parts of the world and bringing them back to the people that they were writing for, bringing them to the people they were writing for. So thank you so much for doing that work. Ambassador Sankie, I'd like you to come forward to share your final thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Athambile. I just want to join the panelists who are expressing the appreciation for having this forum and getting the opportunity perhaps to exhale at a different point in time. We wrote when we were in exile, we're talking about it now. So it does have an impact. One also wants to share about part of our dream when the work started on compiling MALIBONGWE. And once more, one is not sure if Ambassador Mabuza remembers. When the publication was due to be printed, and we're very excited. And one of the things we dreamed of, now this is expanding the dream of MALIBONGWE. One of the things that we dreamed of was that one day, you see, now we're getting this publication for print. One day, maybe we can come up with a recording of the poems from MALIBONGWE. Put them at the time we're talking about the cassettes, that we need to record the poems in MALIBONGWE. But one just also wants to say that there were also other platforms that were utilized, and the outcome for those platforms was Return of the Amasi Bird. It was also about a short story by women in Africa, One Never Knows. So those are some of the attended publications that followed on MALIBONGWE. So there was a lot of work done on the cultural front by the ANC. And also one would like to say that we're here today talking about our history, about the past. And there's also the pressure of saying to ourselves that some of the things that are happening might not have been what we expected. So it means that we've got to renew we've got to resharpen our abilities and our capacities to make things right. And the writing platform is one of those avenues. And in doing that, we should also try to be able that we set ourselves a set of values that are going to be, and perceptions that are going to be an expression of commitment to carry the work that we started a few years ago forward. And this set of values that have to be very compelling to others. They must be convincing and very compelling, because the bigger picture in our hands is that we're still on the program of changing society. We're still about contributing to create a better future for all of us, especially our children. And writing is part of that arena of struggle. It's going to continue. It won't stop here. And we'll encourage each other and ourselves, individuals, to say the pen has now get to play the role that it played in the past, but perhaps replace the gun now, because we are in a democratic dispensation. So there's much more importance in making sure that we continue to put down this complex nature of our emotions and the stories that we want to tell. Once more, thank you very much to all of you, Dr. Athambile, Siphokazi, Dr. Uhuru, and all the people that made this platform possible. We hope it's not the last time. Thank you.
Indo Nandi, Pinda, absolutely, Mam Sankie. There will definitely be a next time, and maybe it will be to launch the recording of the poems, because now we can. So now you've to do for the new life of the poetry book. So we're going to hold on to that. Kosi, please come through with your final remarks.
My final remarks are about the special position that I find myself in. Because when I look at the sisters and comrades that are found in exile, who had cleared the path for the likes of me to arrive and do the work that I did and be able to say exile was not traumatic for me. And then people are shocked that exile wasn't traumatic. It's because they did the work that they did, and I could arrive and be comfortable. So I feel like it's a very special position to be able to see the leaders, the sisters who came before me, and thank them publicly for having led the way. And on the other side, there are the Athambile Masolas, the Babalwa Makoqanas, the Siphokazi Magadlas, and all the other people who were presenting yesterday, coming from this side of me, taking on the work. So this colloquium has been like a visible relay. I don't know if any of you were athletic, but I used to like relay. I never won, but I loved it. But I love the relay because of its visibility of the sharing and the passing on. Those were one of my very fun athletic sports that so that's what this colloquium reminded me of. The relay, it is visible. We are handing over in a very deliberate way, and we are connecting. And guess what? We're going to win. If we do things this way, we are going to win, because these doctors who are now at universities are going to change things for the better for women. I was able to read one chat. Somebody said, and this work needs to be paid. And that's my challenge to the young academics right now who are doing the work. Some of the work we want to do, we can't do because we don't have intergenerational wealth that allows you to work and still put bread on the table. So that's one of the very important things that when I talk to scholars in academia, I say to them, your challenge is to change things. Because for some of us, doing this work is a passion. So we'll do it even if we're not paid, but please, It's time to change the situation so that we can do more of it because we will be paid. So I feel like my position is very special, and I'm very happy and grateful to all sides of me.
Oh, thank you, Kosi. Thank you so much. And I'm quite keen to see what conversation we'll have in 10 years' time. Hopefully, many people will be still alive and in 20 years' time, because it really is a relay. And thank you for that beautiful image of a visible relay. Mambete, your last passing remarks? Is Mambete still with us? Mambete, would you like to share any closing remarks?
She's muted.
Oh, she's speaking. We can't hear you, Ma. Can someone please help with the unmuting?
Yeah, I think Konu Satana was trying to sabotage me. Colleagues, I'm very grateful and humbled to have been invited. I mean it when I say I don't remember such a beautiful marking of National Women's Day as I've experienced in the past 2 days. And on that basis, I also want to come onto the imagery of the relay race to say part of ensuring that there'll be years of the child is to ensure that what we are now revealing to South Africa must also come through the education system. Let MALIBONGWE be taught at high schools. That's part of the challenge. I think we ought to find ways of figuring out how we ensure that it gets there, so that the voices of women, the lips of women are unsealed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And again, so now there are 2 pieces of homework. We're going to record the poems and we're going to have them in oral form. And then we're going to make sure children in schools have them. I'm writing this down. I don't know if anybody else is, but Mandela homework. So thank you so much, Mambete. And finally, Mabuza, Mam Lindy, if you could share your final remarks, please. Is Mam Lindy still with us?
I say, I hope I can manage it because I feel so emotional right now. But let me start with one that doesn't make me feel bad. Naidoo. In 1982, Naidoo organized one of the biggest cultural and resistance festivals in this part of the world for South African artists to get together. In 1982, about 800 artists came out of South Africa to Gaborone, and 200 came from around the world. It was the most moving reunion of people who hadn't seen each other in ages. Abdullah Ibrahim was there, Hugh Masekela was there, Nadine Gordimer, all the great names from South Africa, Barney Simons with the Market Theatre people. It was such a beautiful thing. And I think it's one of the biggest achievements of Naidoo, because they were able to agree on the cultural boycott, all of us as South Africans. Now, about us and this colloquium. Rhodes University. Asintuleli sigqoko man. because yes, you had partners coming in, but it also shows the strength of your convictions that you could win University of Cape Town and Nelson Mandela universities to collaborate on this amazing venture. This is a journey any university should be proud of taking on. So I want to thank the Vice Chancellor of Rhodes for having assembled such a powerful team of women, because we're brought together to Rhodes to this colloquium by all of you young ladies. Your power is great. I think you heard the Vice Chancellor giving you credit the other day that he's able to do this because of the strength of the women around him. Keep it up. You have great support from the Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much. And the colloquium itself, I agree with Balega and the other panelists, my comrades. I've never been in such a 2-day meeting, never. You think of the things we used to do in exile with the books. Oh yeah, the book would be there as almost part of the entertainment, not so seriously looked at as an academic piece of literature. And for that, we can only thank Uhuru, our heroine of MALIBONGWE. Has she not had the idea of finding these archives, digging deep until she met our late comrade, Sisile? We wouldn't be here. Oh, Uhuru, there are no words adequate to express our own personal indebtedness to you for this, for bringing this wonderful piece of literature to life. And when somebody refers to this as a spiritual journey, a spiritual part of our lives. Yes, it is. It is, because it came from people who felt so deeply about the country that we're fighting for. And they still do, those who are alive, without exception. Also, thank you for bringing in Ujumaima. I'm glad we finally got to read the poem that is about the Day of the Women of South Africa. Thank you so much for that. But Uhuru, I'm saying to you, this book is gonna go far. I've seen already from assembling these young ladies and the reaction to what my comrades had to give us. From yesterday with Tandi's amazing, eloquent keynote speech, Thandi Modise, the minister. A minister that was brought into existence by Umkhonto. But I want to put a challenge to you. We have to make sure this book grows in the country and beyond. Because one of the saddest things in this country is that you would be looking for an African author, maybe 5 years old or even 20 years old. You can't find his book or her book. But there is no year that you will not find a Shakespeare book on anybody's bookstore. That's where decolonization has to go. because we can't have it like that, that there's access to any European author. And many African authors are not on the libraries or the bookshelves. It's obscene. The last thing I want to say is, I saw that Sankie has thrown in her little order of the recording of these poems. I support that. It's a wonderful idea. We're just dreaming when we're just putting the book, and that's in the 1979, before the book even came out. But I think I want to tag in another book that was done soon after that publication came out, after our first MALIBONGWE. It was done by ANC women. I edited it. Some of the ladies here, like Ribon, Mashodi, and Sankie, I think Balega too. It's a short story book, a book of short stories. The title, One Never Knows. But that was published in South Africa. But because it was handled by Scotterville, which is no longer in existence, it died the death of Scotterville. It would be wonderful if that book could be resurrected to be promoted alongside MALIBONGWE, because they were conceived as a double story. Please, if we can do that. And I wasn't there yesterday when somebody made a presentation about what happens to children in exile. But the picture I got disturbed me a little bit. Because yes, here and there, a child may have been abused. But in exile, families were like old home families, where every neighbor's child is your child. That's the experience I had. And just to make sure that picture is corrected, maybe a book that should be looked at is one written by those who were children during exile years. They might be in their 40s, in their 50s today, but they were 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds, even an 8-year-old. I think Comrade Sophie de Bruyn's daughter was about 7 or 8 years old. She's got a story there in that book. The title of that is Conversations with Uncle O.R. Tambo, by those recalling their childhood around him at that time. That's what I thought I should say. Once again, Nitinwele Olude Mantombazane, keep it up. I am so proud that our book was brought to South Africa by a lady, an intellectual, a deeply spiritual lady for that matter. Thank you so much, Uhuru. This is your day.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much, Ma'am. Thank you, Ma'am Lindy. And for Noah Kloba, it's just to express my own gratitude to not only this panel, but to all the people who shared their stories. Ma'am Thandi Modise from yesterday, who really set the tone for this colloquium. And I think I've been emotional throughout this panel. Partly, I think, because it is the last panel, and it's kind of has the remnants of all the stories that we heard yesterday. but I guess there's also something that poetry does to me every time I read it, hear it, talk about it. So thank you that we could have this kind of texture as part of, while we're talking about the armed struggle, we're also talking about healing, we're also talking about dreaming, and we're also talking about the future. So siyabonga, sibonge kakhulu, nangamso kuninonke, sibulela ixesha lenu, sibulela ngokuzidina kwenu, ngokuhlala nathi. Time is such a precious thing, and being on Zoom can be so tiresome, but people stayed and people were part of the conversations. I won't go through all of the names because there are just so many, and I don't want to take away too much of Prof. Msindo's time, who will really be doing the thank you, but siyabulela ngazo zozibini. Sibulela imisebenzi yenu. We're not just thanking you for the time for these past few days. Kubo bonke mama bethu who shared their stories. Thank you for sharing them. Thank you for still being willing to do that work, even now, so many years later, that you fought for us then before we were even alive. Malibongwe was published before I was even alive, and I get to read it and I get to hear it from the people who wrote those poems. So thank you so much, and over to you, Prof. Msindo, to do the final thank yous.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Athambile, for the chairing of the session that just ended, and thanks everyone. On behalf of Rhodes University, the Nelson Mandela University, and the University of Cape Town, as well as the various organizers of this remarkable and groundbreaking colloquium, I would like to appreciate all of you for your kindness, openness, and the very bold way by which you approached many sensitive and key matters that were articulated over these 1.5 days of the meeting. I've never finished, I must confess, a conference so refreshed like this, and my hope for the future and position of African women so highly revitalized. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. So in addition to thanking you all, and with all your indulgence, I would like to mention in particular the following. The keynote speakers are Minister Thandi Modise, the Minister of Defense and Military Veterans. I do remember, of course, Minister Modise in Parliament, with that very firm soldier's remark, Honorable Malema, calling one of the colleagues in Parliament to order. I could see the soldier at work there. Makhosazana Xaba, the research associate at the FITS Institute for Social and Economic Research, thank you. The veterans of the armed struggle participating in the program, Ambassador Lindiwe Mabuza, Ambassador Naomi Musholi, the current South African ambassador to the Czech Republic, as well as Honorable Baleka Mbete, everyone knows it, the Speaker of Parliament. Ambassador Sankie Mahanyele, the current South African ambassador to Switzerland, thank you. Ntombizodwa Zondo, Busisiwe Memela, Thulasizwe Lekhodi, thank you, our veterans. Your accounts were penetrating and moving. The various presenters during this colloquium, including Professor Salim Badat, Lebohang Peko, Professor Janet Cherry, Professor Debbie Bonin, Shanthini Naidoo, Dr. Uhuru Phalafala, Professor Kim Miller, Professor Puleng Sekhalo, Dr. Zosa Gruber, and also our special performer yesterday. We enjoyed ourselves to that serenade, Nomfundo Aluva. The Vice Chancellor and their teams, thank you for honoring us in this moment. Dr. Sizwe Mabizela, the Vice Chancellor of Rhodes University, Professor Sibongile Mutwa, the Vice Chancellor of Nelson Mandela University, as well as Professor Nolundi Sonqa, the Vice Chancellor of Water Sisulu. Thank you for that honor in your busy schedules. The organizing team consisting of Dr. Siphokazi Tau of Rhodes University, Dr. Babalwa Makokwana for the Center of Women and Gender Studies at Nelson Mandela University, as well as Dr. Athambile Masola of the Historical Studies Department at the University of Cape Town. Thank you so much for this treat. We will forever remember you for all this hard work that you did put in this work. The head of the Political and International Studies at the department at Rhodes University, Professor Sally Matthews, thank you for making and for hosting all the colleagues that were here present. And the Director of Research as well for Rhodes University, Ms. Jane Roberts, thank you for your consistent and constant support to ensure that women are highlighted, the work of women are highlighted. I remember at one point, Jane publishing a research report and saying, the future is women. Thank you, Jane. The student assistants at Rhodes University and at Nelson Mandela University, Ziko Dana, Siphokazi Tau, Nomphumelelo Babeli, Moleboheng Maweni, Jikomborero Masiananga, Regan Maume, Alexandria Talbot, thank you for your assistance. We saw all the role you were playing to make sure that we were all well catered for, even virtually. Thank you for your technological aptitude. The conference manager and events manager, Charmaine Avery, thank you. You have always been our stalwarts for these events. Much thanks again to you. Political and International Studies Administrator, Kanyisa Swartboy, thank you for working behind the scenes. And the administrator for the Center for Women and Gender Studies at Nelson Mandela University, Wendy Adams, thank you so much. Marketing and Communications of Rhodes University, Veliswa Mhlope and Ilva Pietise, thank you for your work, as well as Karen Jedricks at the Printing and Services Unit. Thank you so much. We want to appreciate as well the Minister, Minister Modise's team in Parliament, Florence Ramusana, Rahale Ngwako, Modise Kabeli, Kutana Noah, and Mado Sephora, as well as Maseko Lula. Thank you so much. The Office of the Honorable Baleka Mbete, Ms. Tandeka Collins, thank you. The Office of Ms. Tsotsime Mela, Zamantungwa Kumalo, thank you. Ms. Lebo Hang Peko's Office, Chloe Masego, thank you so much. Colleagues, in charting the way forward, I would like to open with a remark that says there is a common stereotype about Africa and its people, which we do not subscribe to, which I will mention for purposes of dismissing it. Those who colonized this continent tend to say, for the disempowerment that they did on this continent, they say, if you want to hide anything from an African, put it in a book. Colleagues, guests, and friends, this is not true. We are way past the tyranny of illiteracy and are working hard to inculcate cultures of writing and intellectual engagement. This was very evident in our discussions over these last 1.5 days. This has been a very productive 2 days of presentations and conversations. There will be, I want to say, a groundbreaking edited book that will further tell these accounts to reflect on women and 60 years of the armed struggle in South Africa. It will be edited by our very own scholars, Drs. Siphokazi Tau, Babalwa Makokwana, and Athambile Masola, who are in one way or another, of course, allow me to have the bragging rights products of Rhodes University. I'm speaking honestly as a dean of the Faculty of Humanities at the university. Universities, I would like to say, need to do more in terms of opening up spaces for women and, in brackets, men of experience under some special visiting fellowship schemes at centers for gender studies, at African studies centers and related centers, so that there will be more conversations between universities and our elders, who are obviously fountains of memory that should be captured and put down in writing and mainstreamed in the academia. I do believe, colleagues, that without this kind of an endeavor, we will never decolonize and transform universities as spaces for truly universal knowledge. I hope we will have many more conversations of this kind in the future. And without belaboring you, therefore, colleagues, I want to thank you. And I feel privileged to have had these closing remarks. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Taboka. Thank you.
Malibongwe, malibongwe,
malibongwe, malibongwe.
Kamala Makhosazana, malibongwe,
Kamala Makhosazana, malibongwe, oh malibongwe, 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 Kamala Makhosazana, malibongwe, Kamala Makhosazana, malibongwe, malibongwe, malibongwe.